All right, everybody. I am back. Wait for some of y'all to come back on here. We had some technical difficulties. And go ahead and drop the link for you.
My bad. I'm sorry.
All my people are gone.
They're coming back. They're coming back.
My 6 little people that was hanging on tough, they're now gone. Oh, we're here. We're back. We had some technical
Sorry, it was my fault.
some technical difficulties.
My fault.
My manager was just trying to enhance my my stream here, and it's too many buttons to be pushing, and she pushed the wrong one. That's all that it was happening.
I sure did on accident. I'm so sorry. I'm glad you came back though. Thank you for coming back. Everybody, let's go. Everybody, come back in. Let's go. Thank you for coming back, Renegade. I appreciate you. Come back.
We'll give everybody a few minutes to come back. I dropped the link for anybody who wants to come up and want to talk some sports. What? I know. Let's see. I've talked about that. I talked about that team. We're gonna do a
We were clowning. That's what happened. We were clowning, and I pressed the
No,
wrong
I
button.
was no. My hands were nowhere near any button. Okay.
No. I said I did it. My bad. Sniper left to get a sandwich.
I did not leave to get a sandwich. Okay, it's too early to eat. Armando.
Come through.
D Truth. Renegade, you still got the family at the house? So while everybody is coming back on, let's see. I'm gonna go back over the teams that I picked, and I did a pretty good 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I did 11 games this time around. And hold on.
Armando's on his way.
Okay.
I got fussed at just now.
Yeah, you gonna get this. You gonna get 25. All right, so starting from the top. I did a Michigan-Oregon game. I said we're going to Michigan-Oregon. I give Michigan State the 23 and a half point. I give that to Michigan, and I also went under for that game, which was set at 52 and a half points. Syracuse versus UNLV. Again, congratulations to UNLV for being ranked in a long time, ranked number 25. They are sitting at 4-0, with Syracuse sitting at 3-1. UNLV has a deficit of 6.5 points. I'm going to give that deficit to Syracuse because this team can play. I think it's going to be a real close game. And I also went under on the 57.5 over under.
Renegade.
The next game that I have is the Missouri, Texas A&M game. That
Mhm.
is a 2.5 points for for Missouri. I gave the uh, over the spread to Missouri. I think again this is going to be a close game, and I stayed under for that game. What's up, Renegade? Um, Missouri. Where's that game at? I just did. Oh, I forgot. UCLA versus. This thing's all over the place now. UCLA and Penn State. Penn State sitting at as number 7. This game is played at Penn State. Uh, Penn State sitting at 4-0. UCLA is 1-3. Penn State's deficit is 28 points. I gave that 28 points to UCLA, and I went over for the 46.5 points. Iowa, SMU versus Illinois. SMU is sitting at 4-1. Number 22 ranked Louisville is sitting at 3-1. 3-1. The Louisville is negative 6.5 points coming out the locker room. I gave that to Louisville, saying that they can beat SMU more than 7, and the over under. What did I put for this game? I didn't pick one. Over under is 56.5 points. I'm going to stay. I'm going to go over for that game. Iowa at Ohio State. The deficit is 18.5 points for Ohio State. Ohio State, if you bring your A game and you show up, you can get this 8.5 points back. You can beat them by 21. But I did not give. I gave Iowa the 18.5 points, and I said I will stay under for that game of the 45.5 over under. Georgia versus Auburn. The spread is 22 points. I gave Auburn the 22 points, but y'all know how that game is going to go, in my opinion. The over under is 51.5. I stayed under. Alabama and Vanderbilt. Alabama's number 1, sitting at 4-1. Vanderbilt is 2-2. Record does not. Their record does not show who they have been in the last couple of games. Alabama's deficit 22.5. I gave that to. I gave the spread to Vanderbilt, and I stayed under the 54.5 points for the over under. Uh, what are you talking about, God first? Anybody who comes up here with God first and talk about betting, I don't believe you who you say you are. Fly them up out of here, please. Do y'all know who it is? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, okay. Auburn, Georgia. I did that. I did that. Michigan versus Washington. Michigan is sitting at number 10 and 4-1. Washington is 3-2. The half Washington is coming out in a. Okay, I think I looked at this wrong. Washington has a 1.5 point deficit coming out of the locker room. I think I looked at that wrong. I'm going to give Michigan that 2 points, and I said that did I? Oh, I did write that down. Never mind, I saw it right. I'm going to give Michigan those 2 points, and then I'm going to go stay under the 41 and a half points. And the last game I picked was Pittsburgh at North Carolina. I got to go to the ACC about this one. Pitt is sitting at 4-0. North Carolina is 3-2. Pitt comes out of the locker room with a 2.5 point deficit, and so I gave those points to Pitt, and I also said I'm going to stay under the 63.5 point, um, 63.5 point over under. Also, another game I just saw I want to look at in the ACC will be the Clemson Florida State game. Uh, Florida State finally got their first win this weekend.
Oh, wow.
But we already know what that now. We already know what that Clemson defense can do. Uh,
Mhm.
they're sitting at 3-1. Florida State is 1-4. Clemson is the underdog, and they're giving 14.5 points. I don't know what these folks are smoking.
Who's the underdog?
Clemson is the underdog. They're giving them 14 and a half
Should it be
points.
the opposite way around? Because I do know that Clemson's been doing somewhat good, hadn't they?
Yeah, they've been doing great, actually. Hold on, let me see where they're at
They're three
on
and
the
one. I just said
ranking.
it.
No, I'm talking about the ranking. Where they at in ranking?
Clemson is sitting at 15. I just said that too.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
knew.
that's correct. There's no
What?
boo-boo in that one.
No. I don't know what
Hmm.
what his wife just said, but he had to get off there quick. uh, so Clemson. I'm giving you that 14.5 points. I think Florida State can't hang with you. You can win by more than 14.5 points. And the over under is 46. Clemson is putting up points. Florida State can, but I don't think they're going to combine together, making 46.5 points. So I'm going to stay under.
Okay.
This game is being played at uh, Florida State. Um, what's going on, Amanda? Salute to you, brother.
What's going
So I said I
on,
gave.
Renegade? What's going on? You knew what's going on, Sniper.
What up? What up? What up?
Yep. I said I was going to give Clemson that 14.5 points. I don't know why they gave them four. They should have gave it to. Um, wait, I read it wrong. I'm sorry. Florida State comes out of the locker room with 14.5 points. I'm still going to give that to Clemson, and because I think Clemson can beat them by 21 uh, points. Florida State offense is is a dumpster fire right now. And the over under for the Clemson is 46.5. I'm going to say under.
Okay.
So those are my
Okay.
picks for this weekend.
Okay. So what you saying now? Clemson, you're saying under 46? You're saying they won't score 46 points on Florida State?
I think the combined score won't be 46 points. 46 and a half. I
I
mean,
could
it
see.
can go their way, but it all again. I'm just going off of Last week they did score a great. I don't know what did Clemson score last week. Um, Clemson last week the 29th. They put up 40 last week, but that's on Stanford. Put up 50.
Stanford has a better defense than Florida State. You know that, don't you?
Yeah, but it all depends. Again, it all depends on
And remember,
what
Clemson.
what what.
remember, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Remember, Florida State is terrible against the run. They have a terrible run defense, and that's what Clemson does best. Kubnik can run the ball, and they have they have those two good running backs. Clemson can get them on the ground. Clemson can do some damage to you on the ground if you have trouble stopping the run.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the scores of. I understand that Clemson can run, but speaking of their defense, the largest margin they gave up was last week to SMU. They gave up 42 points last weekend. But other than that, the only thing they 20, 28, 24.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not scoring. So that's the reason why I say I'll probably stay under the that 46.5.
Okay. All right. I think combined they'll do 46 because I can see a scenario where Florida State scores 17 and Clemson score 30. I could easily see that happening. So I'm gonna go over.
Okay. Hey,
Because Florida State will give you 17 points at least.
Yeah, the most not this year. I mean,
They've done
it
it.
came
Huh?
SMU. They got 16. So I see what you're saying on that, but
Yeah.
they haven't scored over 15 points in the last 4 games.
Yeah. Yeah, they're good for 17. They're good for 17, and I think Clemson is definitely good for 30 or 31, or maybe 35. So let's just say if Florida State scores 14, and Clemson scores 35. Clemson is going to score in the 30s on that defense. Clemson's going to drop somewhere between 31 and 35 on that Florida State defense. I can see that happening.
I haven't seen it yet. That's the only thing I'm saying. It all depends on what DJ comes out on the field. You know what I'm saying? I just don't see it just yet. Maybe I change it before the game happens. I don't know. I change it before. I got to put a little bit more thought into that one. You knew.
You knew.
You knew. Can't get that song out of my head.
Right.
Listen. When you ask her to speak, she ain't got nothing to say. Oh, now you're a North Carolina fan. Okay.
No, I'm not. I'm definitely not North Carolina.
Not you.
Oh, that's him.
Did nobody ask you to speak this time? I'm talking about the one who put the North Carolina on there.
Did you just say you didn't ask me to speak?
I did.
Oh, okay.
Oh
well,
no.
let me be
you gonna get it all night for what you did to my first live.
Hey,
I
I've been
said I
asking
was
you all night
sorry.
where the Hills are in the standings.
You said you didn't watch college football.
But I said I pull for the Hills.
Hey man, I'm gonna put it to you like this, man. After what was that team that put
James
it on
Madison University?
James Madison, man, and that was an FCS school, bro. Y'all go ahead and get ready for hoop season, man. North Carolina, get ready for hoop season, bro.
Hey, I've always pulled for the Hills because all my family pulls for Duke.
Oh, okay.
All right, well.
And that's the only reason that I pull for the Tar Heels is because of that. As far as college football, I don't watch it.
We doing all right? We doing all right back here?
No, he had stopped at Circle K, get gas on the way home from taking Jamie to work.
Okay, well, just tell them to call me back then.
Who you talking to, man? You got company?
That's
No, that's
Renegade's wife.
Renegade's wife.
Oh, you talking to
You
people at Renegade House? Man, you crazy,
You
bro.
didn't hear she said, no, he's at the Circle K after he dropped so and so off at work.
Told you my mic picks up every little thing.
We can
Could
tell.
tell.
Man, you got that super mic. Boy,
You got
Tell
that's
that,
the
Mike
that
we
you
got
knew
intercom
Mike.
system.
Man,
Tell-
this mic only cost me $9.99.
See?
Man, that thing is an intercom system, bro. Ooh-wee.
Mm-hmm. Tell wifey I said, what's up?
9.99. Man, that thing hit.
Mm-hmm.
Thing got hang time to it, bro.
Hey,
He's got a
I,
whole
I,
setup going over there.
I
Mm-hmm.
got the
Sound
He's
like a
got
new.
studio mic.
equalizers, more than one. He's got like 3 or 4, at least 4 monitors over there going on.
No, you got him a studio. That's a
Yeah.
Yeah.
studio.
Mm-hmm.
I've got 2 laptops hooked up to 2 monitors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you making that good laptop monitor money. I like that.
Man, one of my
What?
laptops is like almost 10 years old.
Dang.
And then the monitors, even older than that, it's one of them old Dell monitors.
You didn't have to say that. You could have just left it alone that you got 4 monitors. Good Lord.
Nah.
What you got on your mind, Amanda?
Oh man, I'm just waiting on you to call out some more games.
Oh,
Cause
you want me to pick
I
some?
was eating, man. I had to eat. I couldn't put my hand on the phone and that like that. And when I'm eating, I
Okay.
can't have the Bluetooth thing.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah,
Bluetooth.
He wanted his sandwich.
Yeah, man.
he wanted a sandwich and he was worried about fussing at me for ending the live.
Yeah, because I was getting ready to hit the link and I'm like, the live gone. Because I
And
had it. I
you know
can't
the
even
bad thing,
find you on TV now.
and the bad thing about it is that I'm sitting there just kept on. I was kept on talking until I looked up and I said, "It ended." What I do?
Yeah,
You
hands
do.
be moving.
Yeah, I
Them
was talking
hands,
about them sandwiches and he ended it. I'm like, ah,
yeah, them
man,
No,
he
hands.
ended it because of that.
Yeah, them
no,
hands be moving
Renegade.
too fast, but you mess around and end the live.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I did
Renegade.
that. My
It
bad.
was not me. What?
It was
Do
me.
you have a game in mind you want me to look at, Armando?
It was one game you were saying it won't be no contest. I beg to differ. Arkansas and Tennessee.
All right. So we got Arkansas. We got Tennessee, number 4, sitting at 4-0, going to Arkansas.
Yeah.
Arkansas is 3-2. The
Mhm.
spread is 13.5 points. Arkansas is walking out the locker room with a 13.5 point lead over Tennessee.
Mhm.
I just
Well,
13.5
you
points. So
just said
14.
Tennessee. You said Arkansas is walking out the locker room with a 13.5 point lead at halftime.
No,
What you watching? EA Sports game or something?
no. I said they're walking out the locker room with a 13.5 point lead. That's the spread.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Can't
hmm.
now we again. This is one of those of what Arkansas defense shows up. We know that
Okay.
Tennessee can score at any point.
hmm
They can score on any drive they want to. Does Arkansas have enough to keep that 13.5 point lead?
I think Tennessee will cover eventually. It'll be a good game until like maybe the end of the third quarter, beginning of the fourth quarter, and Tennessee will begin to pull away by
But
14.
Arkansas,
I think Tennessee will win by 14 or 17 points.
but Arkansas can score too.
Yeah, they can score too, but you got to remember Tennessee got a defense, bro. That defense ain't no joke. They got defense. They got one of the best rushers in the SEC. They got one of the best pass rushing teams in the SEC.
What? That's why I said it wouldn't be a contest.
I think well on that it will be a contest. And you look at Arkansas, look at both of their losses. They were very close losses. Arkansas could very well be sitting here undefeated right now. They had a close loss to Oklahoma State. Remember, they dominated that game. They dominated most of that game, and they just took their foot off the gas in the second half.
They lost
They pulled Alabama, huh?
They lost in overtime. They lost in the second overtime.
To
Last,
Oklahoma State.
yeah,
And they lost a close one last week, so they could easily be undefeated right now.
they lost 21-17.
Mm-hmm.
They won by 10 versus Auburn and UAB.
Mm-hmm.
So they can put up points.
Mm-hmm.
The only team that Tennessee has beat right at this point, and it was only a 10-point split, was Oklahoma, 25-15. If that game, if they had put that freshman quarterback in earlier, I think Tennessee, it would have been a closer game. So that, with that said, because Kent State you beat by 71.
Mm-hmm.
You shut them out. You did what you're supposed to do. Does that did Kent State test their defense? No.
Who
NC
know which
State,
team you're talking about? Who you talking about right now?
Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
Did they beat first game of the season? They beat was that Tennessee, Charlotte,
Chattanooga.
60.
Chattanooga, the first game of the season. The second game, NC State. And I think the third one was what, Kent State?
Yeah.
And
I
then Oklahoma.
And this is what I've been saying. And I stick by my word on this one. Is that I don't think Tennessee's been battle tested yet. Could Arkansas battle test them?
Oh, yeah. Let me just and I had the same discussion with Kangaroo last night. Oklahoma has a legit defense. Oklahoma has a legit defense. If that's why I would, in my rankings, I had Tennessee number 2 in the SEC behind Alabama. Because from my eye test, in my opinion, if Oklahoma, and looking at what the problems that Michigan got on offense, they have absolutely no passing game. I don't believe that Michigan team could line up and run the ball on that Oklahoma defense. Those linebackers are too fast, and they have a darn good D-line. Tennessee could barely run on. I don't think Michigan offensive line could move that that Oklahoma defensive front. So if Oklahoma and Michigan played, if they play the game tomorrow night, my money would be on Oklahoma. Oklahoma has a legit defense. Offense, they got some issues. I think they can figure it out. They got to settle on who's the quarterback, because right now the offense has to pretty much get used to Michael Hawkins' style of play. And once those receivers develop some chemistry with Michael Hawkins, that's going to be a dangerous offense. Along with his running, because that kid is fast. He's fast.
He's some type of fast.
Yeah, he remind me of Jaden Daniels, back in his, the early, back in the Arizona State days when Jaden Daniels first came on the scene. That's who Michael Hawkins remind me of.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So Tennessee, where did it go? Golly, it went away. My opinion, I'm still going to give that. If Hawkins played well, he'll keep the point the score close. So that's the reason why I'm still going to give it to Arkansas. That 13 and a
No,
half point.
Hawkins is Oklahoma's quarterback.
That's what I'm saying. If he plays well and he finds some type of rhythm, he gets rid of the ball quick.
Who's Oklahoma playing?
I said Arkansas. Oh wait, yeah. You got me.
Yeah, I'm wondering what you
Yeah,
talking about. you
You
talking
got
about
me.
two
You
different
kept saying
teams.
Oklahoma.
Yeah, I was just giving a comparison. You said Tennessee ain't been tested. The Tennessee offense was tested against that Oklahoma defense. That Oklahoma defense is legit. And they're gonna spoil somebody's season this year. I'm telling you, I'm making that prediction right here tonight. Oklahoma is gonna spoil somebody's season. They're gonna play spoiler. Some team that just know they're gonna make the playoffs, or assuming they're gonna get in the playoffs, their season is gonna be ruined by Oklahoma. Mark my words. You're gonna look back on December. You're gonna say, "Oh, Armando was right." Damn, sure said. I'm telling you.
I'm going to go ahead and tell you which one it's going to be. I got two in mind. The only two that's on their list right now. I think if things get rolling by next weekend, it's Texas.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna give Texas a run for their money.
I'm hoping not, because we need Texas to be undefeated on the 19th. That wouldn't be a good thing for Georgia if they drop their game to Oklahoma. That would not be a good thing for us. I'm hoping they win that game. But there's some other teams on their schedule whose season they're gonna ruin.
Yeah, and the next one's gonna be Alabama.
All right.
I think Oklahoma's going to allow a team from the SEC that we are not favored on just yet to actually get into the playoffs.
Well, football is all about matchups, and some teams are just a bad matchup for other teams. And I think Tennessee is a bad matchup for Bama. And I think Missouri is a bad matchup for Bama. That's why you notice the media has took a pause on this. Let's jump on Georgia. Let's jump on. They did it Sunday. By Monday night, everybody tone changed. Now I'm seeing headlines: "Don't count Georgia out. Don't sleep on Georgia.
Right, and that was the point
Georgia
that I
is a
made.
sleeping giant." That's what I'm hearing. Joel Klatt broke it down. That's what Bama fans are upset about. Look, you just can't gloss over the fact that you blew a 33-7 lead. Yeah, you won the game. Number one, you got lucky winning that game. That was a lucky catch, and it was more. Our DBs were out of place. Humphrey and Bolden. Bolden is a freshman, and Humphrey is not even a starter. Chris Harris is the starter on that side. Yeah, you won the game, but you didn't. It wasn't impressive. That was not an impressive win, and I don't understand why Bama fans are running around here acting like that was an impressive win. Now, what they did in Atlanta in December, that was impressive. I give them that. I won't take that away from them. They took it to us. from start to finish. But last Saturday in Tuscaloosa, they played 30 minutes. They played 30 minutes. And they almost blew a 33-7 lead, bro. If we would have won that game, do you know what, man? Come on, man. They'll be over there ready to fire Kalen DeBoer. That would be the conversation. They would be talking about buying that man out of his contract and kicking him out of Tuscaloosa.
Just want to give everybody an update. The score for the Thursday night game is 24-17 the Bucks. It's winning 24-17, but Atlanta has the ball on the Tampa Bay 18 yard line. Atlanta playing well. They doing their thing.
Yeah, they doing their thing. They just, they just need to put some more points up on the board, man. The only thing, if I was Raheem Morris, I would maybe get a better offensive coordinator, because whoever the offensive coordinator is, he's not. I mean, man, you got to score points. You got to score points, man. You got to score points.
Let's shift our direction over to. You got any more teams you want to look at off the top of your dome?
Hello, Shirley.
I can't even see the chat.
Hey, Shirley.
Sure. How's it going?
Salute to you, Shirley. Salute to you. That game tomorrow night. Bro. UNLV and Syracuse. Where's that game being played at? Is it gonna be played in Vegas?
It's in Vegas.
Okay, in Alliance Stadium, in the Dome.
All right, that's where they play.
Yeah. No, they actually play in Boyd Stadium. That's the stadium by the campus, but this is a big game.
I think they're playing
UNLV.
Shirley's asking for
where the
score.
Raiders play.
What'd you say?
Shirley's asking for the score.
The Bucks leading 24-17. Falcons driving.
It doesn't. Syracuse at Usually it tell me where it's being played at. UNLV has a 79.4% of winning this game.
Now I don't know why they got it that high, because Syracuse is no slouch. Man, hey, UNLV win this game. UNLV win this game. They got a darn good chance of getting that 12th spot as a G5. They got a darn good chance of getting that G5 spot.
Hey, and it is at the stadium.
Yeah.
All Giant Stadium. All the Giant Stadium. Yep, let's see. They beat Houston, Kansas, and Fresno State.
Two Big 12 teams, Fresno State, and this will be an ACC team. Man, now what's the rest of their schedule looking like after Syracuse?
After Syracuse.
After Syracuse, I may be ready to go ahead and call this one. If it looks like what I think it looks like.
Syracuse, on the 11th, they play Utah State. 19th, they play Oregon State. 25th of October, they play Boise State.
Damn.
Yeah. Then they play Hawaii, San Diego State, San Jose State, and Nevada.
Woo! They got to be
No.
careful with Boise State and Oregon State. They got to be careful with Oregon State and Boise State. Yeah, they got a little gauntlet. But if they can
Yeah,
win
I wouldn't
those
call
3
it just yet.
games, huh?
I wouldn't call it just yet.
If they can win those 3 games, they're in good shape. I think a G5 team can have 1 loss and still get in.
Ooh.
I think a G5 team can have, because it's 12. I think a G5 team with that kind of resume, say if they split with Oregon State and Boise State, say if they, let's just say so happen, hindsight, they lose to Oregon State, but they beat Boise State.
You can't be up
And-
there yawning.
And go on and win the conference. He tired. He might be tired, man. What time? How long you been up, man?
I've been up since 5:30.
Yeah, he tired.
Body just said, "Get up, read your Bible." Here's this. This is the only problem I have. They only play one top 25 team. That's going to be the that's going to be the and you go to the Big 12, and they have, you got a team playing 2 to 3 top 25 teams. And that's the only team that they play as of today. Now anything can change. As of today, it's Boise State's only, and they're 21.
Well, you gotta look at it like this. They've done more than Liberty. Liberty didn't hardly play nobody last year, and they got in the New Year's Six bowl game. If there was a 12-team playoff last year, Liberty would have got in.
Yeah, but
I think UNLV will be good. I think they'll be straight because they went through some multiple Power 4 teams, regardless if they're ranked or not. The committee is going to look at that they played some Power 4 teams, some Power 4 level competition. It's not their fault that Houston ain't ranked, and Kansas is not ranked. And Kansas came in the preseason ranked. Houston, people said Houston was going to be much improved.
I think they're gonna. I think Syracuse is going to give them a fight, though. I don't know if this is on the docket to pick, but I as of today, I don't know who to pick. As of today,
I'm going to roll with UNLV. That crowd is going to be crazy. That crowd is going to be rocking. This is the biggest game in that school's history as far as football program. This is the biggest game for them. That place
and
is
they're
going to
also
be
doing pretty well.
crazy. Huh?
And they're also doing pretty well.
Yeah. They got a nice pathway to the playoffs. They put it like this. Anytime you're in a situation where you can control your own destiny, this is the first time in since college football has existed over 100 years, this is the first time where a G5 program can control their own destiny. They don't need no help. Look what Boise State had to go through back in 2006. They went undefeated, ran the table, went to the Fiesta Bowl, beat Oklahoma, and still, finished what?
I
They
mean,
put them number 3 in the last poll. TCU ran the table one time, went undefeated, won the Rose Bowl, and nothing. Now it's different. A G5 program can control their own destiny. UNLV control their own destiny. All they gotta do is win. Take care of business.
all you gotta do is win, no matter what.
That's all.
All right. Well, we're going to shift our. We're going to do some NFL over unders. You ready? You new?
I'm ready.
All right.
So you need your head up here for that. I don't really keep up with the NFL like that.
All right. We can't. It's the score is 24-20 now. All right. So let's pick. Let's just do a couple of them here. Let's start off with the Sunday 9. Golly, there 9:30. Why this game so early? Oh, because they're in London. The Jets versus the Vikings. Now that's Sam Arnold out there is handling business. They're the Jets and the Vikings be playing in London. They will. Let me turn down my TV. There'll be a 9:30 a.m. game. Is the Jets sitting at 2-2 and the Vikings sitting at 4-0.
Yeah, that, like I said, I ain't really been keeping up with the NFL like that. You know what I'm saying? I watch highlights of I don't even watch the Falcons like that. I watch the highlights of the Falcons, and that's about it. I don't really sit down and watch NFL like that, man. Because I don't really think it's authentic like college football. I think the NFL is behind the scenes. I think it's scripted.
If um if um if the Jets make it to the Super Bowl because of what's his face Aaron Rodgers, then I definitely agree with you. They trying to get that dude another Super Bowl.
You should already know by now because okay, come on, think about it. As soon as that place out there in LA was done, then all of a sudden the Rams win the Super Bowl. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Let's see. The spread is that the Jets have a two. I really don't like because all their games is 2.5 points, 3.5 points. The Vikings is 4-0, and it's only a 2.5 point spread, and they very
Can I ask you a
seldom make.
question? Can I ask you a question? Why do you keep saying half? There hasn't been any halves on any of the
Okay,
scores. Explain that to
so
me.
yeah, because when you do halves, right? And I said at the beginning of the last the first live I did, when you do halves, it makes you basically round it up. Nobody can win by half a point.
Exactly.
So, but that makes it so-called even. So when you do a half, you have to win by the next point up.
Okay.
Because you can't say, damn, the Bucks just scored again, 27-20. You can't end a game with 31. Somebody doesn't win 31.5 points. You can't lose that way neither. So you have to have. They put that half there just to make it because and it's harder when you say you got to win by one.
Mm-hmm.
It makes you think a little bit. Can you get two? Can they win by 2 points? Some teams they're going to win more than two.
Yeah. I mean, if they kick
that's
the
the
goal,
reason.
they'll get 3.
Yeah. Ooh. Let's
Okay.
this is my second hour. Let's put us on a commercial break real quick. Let me get some water.
Okay.
We'll be right back, y'all.
Welcome to WPC Art Factory, where creativity knows no bounds and art comes to life. The t-shirts, hoodies, shorts, leggings, and cups here are truly unique. Here at WPC Art Factory, we pour our hearts and souls into every creation. It's not just about making art, it's about making a statement. We strive to push the boundaries of creativity and challenge conventional norms. That's what sets us apart. WPC Art Factory has something for everyone. Experience the magic of art like never before. Visit us today and let your imagination soar, where the designs are created by us and made by Together We Break Chains Production.
Welcome back. Welcome back. It's your boy Sniper, along with you new and Mr. Armando Black. Um, we're gonna get into some discussions about college football. We did all our eyes and we did our odds and our betting and stuff. So I ask y'all some questions about college football. What do you see, in your opinion, is ruining college football?
Who gonna go first? Me or you knew?
The only thing I think they need to do is, like I told you guys before, I fear that a lot of them are going to have concussions, even though it doesn't show now from all these hits. They need to do something about these helmets. They need to do something about these uniforms. I don't know, anything to help these kids so they don't have to suffer with, you know, losing their lives at a young age. I mean, they're falling here and there. They're passing from all these concussions.
I don't know if the uniforms is going to help with concussions, but I know where you was
No,
going.
I mean
with that,
the helmet.
Um,
You play too much.
I think we put some thigh pads in their helmets. I guess I don't know what you're talking about, but concussions
No,
is a big thing.
Yeah.
But this, and I think Armando and I, we had this conversation before. And Armando, I was gonna pick you to go first, but you see what? That's why I didn't answer the question. But who's going first? there's some football. There's some football leagues out here that and other sports around the across the pond that don't play with helmets. And concussions is the least of their worries. Um,
Let me go ahead and answer the question for you, man. Um, as far as like the concussions side of it, I really don't think helmet and uniform wise is really nothing you can do about it. Um, only thing you can do is just monitor. Like if what they need to do is if a player has a concussion in college football, if a player has a concussion, whether it's a slight concussion or what, he should sit out the following game. He should sit out the following game. Definitely. Now, as far as what's ruining college football, that transfer portal. Period, point blank, bottom line. That transfer portal is ruining college football. You got players now that are using that transfer portal as leverage. If they don't get their way, instead of competing, instead of staying and competing for a position, they'll use that as leverage. Oh, coach, if you don't play me, I'm a transfer. If I don't get no play, if I don't get no PT time, I'm transferring. They're using that as leverage. And it's ruining the game of college football. They need to do something about that. The NIL, I think, is a good thing for college football. It's balancing out the talent. You have a lot of parity now in the sport, more so than ever. Honestly, the talent is being spread out because of the NIL. But that transfer portal is it's becoming a terrible thing for college football.
but doesn't the NIL and the transfer portal go hand in hand too? Because kids are going where the money is. Instead of being, you commit to a school and you commit to a school, you play 1 year, find out that you can get more money someplace else, you go there. And you mentioned before, like it's a job. It's like in a job setting. If somebody offers you this much more, you're gonna go where the money is. But we're talking about
Mhm.
college football. We're talking
Yeah,
about
but
college football.
but they're being treated like NFL players. It's I mean, let's just keep it real, bro. The game done changed. It's like the NFL Junior League now. That's exactly what it is. It's the NFL Junior League. They're adding more games. You got 12 games in the season, conference championship game, and then they've expanded the playoffs. So
Okay.
and now
Sniper, what
they're
do you
on
think?
the
Oh, I'm sorry.
nine conference games. I mean, you know,
I always thought my opinion is that um, you give these kids money, but I don't think that giving kids millions of dollars to play a collegiate sport. And I understand you're saying, okay, it's they treating them like they're NFL and everything, but they're still not. They're still in college.
yeah,
Um,
but
and it's supposed to
they're
be
the only difference between a college football player and an NFL player is the NFL players not going to class.
right.
They're
And
just going to practice and going home, and they're not going to class. That's the only difference. Other than that, they're actually they're actually living the life of an NFL player.
instead of
That
living a life
with
of
the
a student
expansion,
athlete.
with the expansion of these conferences, bro, they traveling now more than ever. Damn, they're traveling clear across the country or halfway across the country.
I have a comment about the NIL. You keep mentioning NIL not being a good idea. I think it's a great idea. I'm sorry.
Hmm
I know that you keep saying that they choose to play football. So whatever like comes with that, which is the injuries, right? Injuries. I feel like if they get injured, they can pay for their medical bills. Come on now. Medical bills are expensive when it comes to broken bones, broken this, broken leg, ankles,
In college, they take care.
dislocated shoulders, all that stuff. You have to get that fixed. If you don't get it fixed, when you get older, you have problems with arthritis. You have problems with like if you mess up your femur, that's one thing. There is nothing you could do about a femur except for possibly do cosmetic surgery and add a piece to your femur to give you that length where you don't have that limping going on. Because once you mess up your femur, that's it. You're done. There's nothing you could do about a femur other than put a piece that would make you lengthen up the leg to make it match the other leg once you mess up your femur. So that money can help their medical bills.
You knew.
And then later on,
You knew.
they can get a car and they can get whatever they need to get. Get a simple car for now and go from there.
You do know that Piedmont Hospital is on Georgia's campus.
What they gonna do with the femur?
That's Georgia. That's Georgia. That's UGA. What about the other schools? What about the other 135 schools?
What about the
And
other sports?
I don't.
What about the other sports that
Hold
don't
up.
get?
The other sports are not. Hold up. The other sports are not pulling in the same amount of money that the football programs are. The football programs are pulling in way more money than the other sports. Come on now, equestrian and gymnastics and volleyball, they're not pulling in nowhere near the amount of revenue that college football does. Come on now.
Yes. Right.
So I don't see a problem with these kids being paid. I got sick and tired of watching these kids get pimped for the last 3-4 decades. They getting pimped while these schools and these coaches making millions. And those kids out there, blood, sweat, and tears. And they ain't getting a damn thing. I don't want to hear nothing about where you getting education. You know and I know, man. Go down, drive down to university. Drive down there to that bridge in university. Have a talk with some of them homeless folks. And I guarantee you'll find 3 of them that got college degrees.
You know, you got to remember, they still have to keep their grades up to have the NIL.
Exactly. And when it comes to the college degrees, it ain't them things don't guarantee you a good life or guarantee that it ain't about what you know, it's about who you know. You can have all the degrees hanging. Hold up, you can have all the degrees hanging on your wall. But if you do not have resources or you don't know people, it ain't, them damn degrees ain't gonna mean a damn thing. You gotta know the right people. It's who you know. It ain't what you know. Especially here in the ATL. If you don't know the right people, you ain't gonna survive here.
No, I disagree because.
Hey, Heartbeat.
Well, we gonna disagree on that because I understand what you're saying about the millions, but they should get something. The way it was before the NIL, where they wasn't getting a dime, where they couldn't make nothing, when all these schools making billions of dollars in TV revenue and ticket sales and all of that, and them kids weren't getting nothing. No, that shit wasn't right. It was not right. It wasn't right. It wasn't right. But like I said though, they can take some of that money and pay for their own education though. That would free up some scholarships. That would free up a lot of scholarships. The ones that's getting NIL deals over a certain amount, like the amount that you have a problem with, they should have no problem paying their own way through school. They shouldn't need no scholarship. Now that's the one part I don't understand. Why they haven't, okay, if you're making $2 million, why you can't pay? You should be. You don't need a scholarship. That's a scholarship that you could free up for someone else.
That's a good idea.
But let me ask,
Mhm.
is out of this NIL deal, how much is
Salute to
that?
you, Miss Chicago Heartbeat.
Hey,
Huh?
how much is the? Hold on. Hey, what's up, buddy? I don't know if that's. I try to figure. Is that you, T? Is that you?
That's Spawn. That's Spawn. Ain't no way Big T
No,
gonna come in
no.
He
type
Listen
said,
of hey
here.
"Hey,
girl.
girl."
Yeah, that's
No.
Spawn.
So they
That's
must
Spawn
be
right
on the
there.
same one, because one of them gave out facts and the other one gave out said, "Hey, girl."
Yeah, that's
Y'all got to
Spawn.
start.
That's Spawn.
So is the NIL being disproportionate unfairly?
In Georgia, that's what I'm saying, man. When you kick the can down to the states, every state is not going to do the right thing. Now, the way Brian Kemp is doing it, excellent. Every governor should follow that blueprint. The way Kemp is doing it, man, every kid on the team will get something. Every team on the roster would get something.
It's T. He said
We
she's
we
sleeping.
we read it.
I
Yeah,
thought you said you didn't see the chat. My
We
bad.
just
No,
we reading
I'm
it.
watching. I'm watching it from the TV. I can see everything.
Oh, okay. My bad.
You know you in timeout still for
They
what you
get
did
they getting
earlier.
they getting on me bad because I ended the live, the first one, on accident. My bad.
So as you were saying, Armando, before you was rudely interrupted.
I did not.
Yeah, like I was saying, should there be some type of adjustments to the NIL? Yes. I think it's a darn good thing, but they need to make some type of adjustments. And one adjustment should be that if you are making over $1 million in NIL revenue, you should be able to pay for your own education, pay for your own. You don't need a scholarship.
Okay.
The school should be able to take you off the scholarship immediately. As soon as you sign that NIL deal, they should be able to take you off. You don't need it. You don't.
How many scholarships can a program have? Do you know off top?
I think it's like
Is it like
football.
25 or something?
I think it's a little more than that.
Hey, T, look up how many scholarships can given out to a program, and I think it's is it 25 or 35? We'll have that answer in a minute. I know he's sitting next to his 5 monitors.
It got to
The
be more
last
than
time
that.
I checked, it was 25.
25.
That's what
Okay.
my kid.
I
That's what my
stand
kid was
corrected.
getting.
Because if it's
Stand corrected.
25 and you have 83 guys that can dress, that's just dress.
Mm-hmm.
And how many of those people are giving out? How many of those players actually have an NIL deal? How many players on a team have an NIL deal on average?
We're the ones that's on the practice squad and ain't getting no playing time, bro. Of course, they ain't getting no NIL deal. Who gonna pay a kid some money for sitting on the bench or
That's what
not
I
getting
was
no
just gonna
playing
say.
time? I mean, that no, man. That ain't good for business.
Look, go sit on that bench. You get $25 million.
Yeah.
I'm just, but are they getting
How
anything?
you gonna promote my just because you play for Georgia? How you gonna promote my business when my customers don't know who the hell you are? They ain't never heard of you.
They'll call him bench boy.
Yeah, they ain't never heard of you.
The site estimates that each of the 20 players at the top of the list are worth a minimum of $1 million.
Mm.
I look, I don't, y'all have your beliefs. I have my beliefs. I just think that if we're
So
gonna
you're
pay,
saying you don't think that college athletes should be paid a dime? That's what you're saying?
no. I never said that. Now
Okay, I'm about to say,
yeah,
man.
you get. Why is a college kid driving around in a Lamborghini?
Well, I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that.
Why are they driving around in
I agree with you on that. Now, I thought you was like
why
cut
is
it out altogether.
why is there a college kid that possibly has to move from another state, living in a mansion?
Well, 9 out of 10 they renting it. They renting it, bro, and they renting it. They renting it. Do you know how? Man, come on, bro. You know how many mansions here in the ATL that's being rented out? You got athletes, Falcon players, Hawks players, Brave players. They're on the side. They do real estate on the side, so they'll buy property and rent it out to people. They'll have it as rental property. Heartbeat said, "Whatever happened to playing sport for the love of the game?" Man,
I have a question.
that's in the 80s. That's it. That's in the 80s. You gotta, look, money makes the world go round. That's just like me
I have a
asking a
question.
doctor. Hold up, That's just like me asking a doctor why you don't save lives. What happened to, just saving a life without, having your hand out for money or charging people a high ass doctor bill.
And you got to remember, Heartbeat, the schools are charging for people to come watch a football game over and over and over again. Every time there's a game being played, they're charging per person to
Mm-hmm.
come and
Mm-hmm.
watch these kids play. So if they don't deserve that money, then that means the school should not be getting that money either for these kids to be playing. And
Yeah.
then they're the ones who's getting injured. They're the ones putting their lives on the line. So I feel like they deserve to get money. So that way, like I said, I'm not talking about go get a mansion, go get a Lamborghini. I mean, save that money in case something happens to you in the long run. You're covered, you're taken care of. Who knows?
This,
What if you get paralyzed? Who's going to take
mm,
care of them? Come on now.
this is
That's
this
how
is
I
what
feel.
this is what I'm saying. The same people, and I find it very funny. The same people are saying, why can't the athletes just settle for a college degree and play for the love of the game? These same people have a problem with people getting free health care. These same people want to charge people that's suffering from cancer or people that have health issues, want to charge people an arm and a leg. They feel like that person should pay an arm and a leg for a medical bill. So doctors can make millions off folks to save lives or whatever and get paid. Why can't they just heal people? Why can't they heal sick people?
We're
Just because it's the right thing to do.
we're comparing.
Apples to oranges.
I'm
All
not.
right.
I'm not.
We'll say that.
Well. You call it what you want to call it. So these kids should go out there and risk their legs and their arms and their necks for
Mm-hmm.
nothing.
You risk that for doing any job and don't give. But we're talking about a kid. Not talk about grown adults. We're talking about
You got some
kids.
grown, hey brother, you got some grown adults that are irresponsible with their money.
I'm just trying to figure out how they're paying for a mansion with $1 million a
You
year.
got some grown adults that look at all these grown adults that done hit the lottery, and a year later they broke. You
I have a
got some
question.
adults. You got some adults that's terrible with money. So miss me with that now.
I
Miss
have a
me with
question.
that.
It's
No,
$1 million
okay.
a year. It's $1 million a year, correct? How many millions a year are they giving them?
It all depends on the
Everybody's
player.
not making $1 million. Everybody's not making $1 million. The Travis
Okay.
Hunters and the Carson Becks, the ones that you see on the ESPN highlights, those are ones that are making the millions.
Okay, when you say 1 million, right? You're not saying multi-million. I'm asking, you know why I'm asking? Because you said they got mansions, they have Lamborghinis.
The only ones I know that got that is Shador and Travis. Carson
Okay,
Beck
so
ain't living in no mansion. He might have a
so they're
condo, but he
living
ain't
in.
living in no mansion.
But what I'm saying is, it's gonna be a lot more than $1 million, $2 million, $5 million for a doggone mansion nowadays. You're gonna buy a house for the millions right now. The cost of houses has gone up. You're gonna get possibly a 5-bedroom house for about 2-3 million. You're not gonna get it for. You're not gonna get a mansion for 2-3 million. You're not. So they have to be renting it. Or are they paying mortgage? They're not outright paying for it, that's for sure. Now the car, that's a different situation. Just saying.
Nobody understood exactly what you were saying.
Oh my God. Okay, what I'm saying is, how many millions are they paying Travis? What, 1 million, 2 million?
We
Travis
just
might
did
be
that.
getting
What you mean you just did that? What does that mean?
We did.
somebody
No,
else.
no, no. Is that me?
Somebody else. I don't know who it is. Somebody else. It just started not too long ago.
Yeah.
That must be me because I can't hear it. I can't hear the echo.
That's okay. Yeah, I'm hearing it too. Okay, so I'm asking you, how many millions does Travis make?
You gotta look that up. I don't know off the top of my head. I know he's making some millions. Shador is up there. Yeah, somebody
Okay,
else. Go
so
on.
yeah.
So
So is it
Shador
more
is
four?
4.6 million.
Okay, 4.6 million.
Archie
Mhm.
is how much is Arch Manning?
Well, you're not going to get a mansion for 4.6. I'm sorry, ever.
That you knew
Okay, I'm
they're
sorry.
renting.
Shador.
You knew.
You're
Go ahead.
renting. They're renting.
They're
So
not
They're
buying
should
renting.
mansions. They're renting mansions.
I
That's a
didn't think
difference.
so. Yeah. Okay.
Shador is 5.6 million. I'm sorry.
Okay. Fine. Okay.
5.6 million.
Fine. Okay.
Travis
Got you.
Hunter 3.3 million.
3.3
Archie is
million.
3.1 million.
3.1.
Jalen
Okay.
Milrow 2.5 million.
Okay.
Quinn Ewers 2.1 million.
Mm-hmm.
Jackson Dart and Cam Ward
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
2 million.
Hello,
Mm-hmm.
B Breezy. Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going on, just doing the top 10. Nico is 1.9. Carson Beck 1.8. Dylan Gabriel is 1.7.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, besides doggone
How
Travis
many?
Hunter,
What I'm asking you is, bro, how many people on there making $1 million? How many of them are making a total? How many players making $1 million?
24.
Okay, that's it. 24 players. out of ain't no telling how many that's playing college football. You know what I'm saying?
So what
And
about
out of that 24, you only got a handful that's acting a fool with their money. Heartbeat, what he just typed in the chat about what Jalen, that's ridiculous. That's what he just throwing money away.
Wow, that's crazy.
out of the top 100 offensive lineman Gerby Lambert is making 559K.
Mm.
Cameron Rising is only making 561K.
Mm-hmm. You live like a king in Utah.
So what?
You can live like a king in Utah off of that money.
Well, we could agree to disagree because that's not going to
Ain't no
change on
different.
my end.
Yeah, ain't no different than what the child actors been making millions for years.
Because we could sit on this for hours. So how about we agree to disagree that
Mm,
you don't like it, but I'm okay with it because it could help them with the long in the long run.
mm.
Yeah, but but
Is
those
it
kids who are
perfect?
making
No. Is it perfect? No, but is has more pros than cons, in my opinion. Is there's more pros with the NIL than it is cons.
you, oh my
And
God, I'm
and
sorry,
and
I'm
and
sorry.
and Tony and a lot of those parents were ripping their children off. They're ripping their kids off.
Hmm.
You forgot to leave. You left that part out.
I remember them going to their
Gary Cole, my
yep,
mother was ripping him off.
right,
Miley Cyrus and her dad was
yep,
getting into it over money.
yep, yep.
Usher's mom was ripping him off. Aaliyah mom was dipping in her pockets. I mean, the list goes on.
Hmm.
Beyonce dad was trying to control her money. Yeah.
What were you gonna say, Sniper, before you stop talking?
No, I did. They just blocked the doggone punt or a field goal. But anyways,
What you about putting
I
your
think
faith in
okay.
them
First of all,
Falcons?
you're putting these. I think you're putting some of these people on pedestals. Um, I think if they really wanted to, you out of these schools come out with uh with all this money to pay these kids, and some of these are endorsements, and it's not all coming from the school. It's coming from endorsements. But you got high schools and college schools that don't, or high school and middle schools that don't have the adequate stuff to teach these kids. I don't believe college players or football or NFL players, basketball, college. I don't believe none of them are heroes. But we do have heroes out here that's getting paid. How is a college football player getting paid more than a fireman?
Because a fireman ain't packing 100,000 seat stadium.
But a fireman is saving lives every day.
Yeah. Is it life ain't that?
365 days a year, firemen is out bus putting their lives on the line.
Yeah.
And you got Marines, Navy, Air Force putting their lives on the line. You can't you can't endorse the military. You can't endorse your police department. You
And
can't endorse your fire department. And I understand what you're saying about doctors. That's
mhm,
another different scales. But but you're paying somebody to play 3 months out of 5 months out of the year. And
mhm.
what are they doing the other 6 months? What are you doing the other 7 months?
Okay, I can answer that. Can I answer that?
I mean, that's what we up here for, brother.
I'm waiting. I don't know if you paused or if you done. So I don't want
Hey,
to
listen,
interrupt you.
this my page. I could pause if I want to.
I know, but
Yeah.
I want to before I don't want
No,
to. I
you
want
do
to know
you?
if you paused or if you stopped. I can't tell.
No, you go
That's
ahead and do your
it's
thing, baby. Do your thing.
All
Do
right,
your thing.
okay, all right. Just like you said about the football players, it's a choice. The essence of democracy is the freedom of choice. You ain't nobody putting no gun to nobody's head to become a fireman. Ain't nobody putting no gun to nobody's head to become a law enforcement. You choose to do that. You choose that career. You know what you sign up for. You know it's banana money. You know it's an underpaid job. So why not do the same thing those kids doing? Go to college, further your education, and become an attorney or get in the medical field. They got male nurses, male RNs. I mean, you can get into something, or you can become an entrepreneur. Go apply for SBA and own your own business. Nobody is forcing anyone to become a fireman or a police officer. You do it because that's what you want to do. But when you sign up for that, you know what kind of money comes with it. You know you're gonna be underpaid, like these teachers. You know you know since the beginning of time, teachers are underpaid.
Also, we just so on your logic, we you know you what you're getting into, but there's nothing to enhance the pay.
We
There's
are.
nothing they
I wasn't done. I wasn't done, brother. I wasn't done. They take tax money out of us. Okay, Fulton County, DeKalb, Douglas, Gwinnett, Georgia, high taxes, very high county taxes. Where is that money going? Because that money is supposed to be going toward the police department. That money is supposed to be going toward the fire department. That money is supposed to be going toward education. You see, some money is missing. The math ain't math because everything is going up in the metro area. But these schools are still tacky. These schools are not being upgraded in the metro area, but they are raising the taxes. Where's the money going?
they're fixing up them Montessori schools. That's what they're doing, and they're leaving the other schools behind.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Yeah, Big T, I understand. Their job is to protect and serve. Yes, sir. But what I'm saying is anyone that signs up for those jobs, they know what kind of money comes with it. They know what kind of money comes with it. If you're the type of individual and you want to make money, yeah, these kids play football for the love of the game. But they are also they know it's also a business. That's why they are careful in choosing what school that they attend. And when they get to that school and they get on that practice field and they get on that football field, yeah, it's for the love of the game, but it's also business. It's also business. It ain't just fun and game. It was fun and games when we used to go out there on the playground and toss the football around. This dude over here taking selfies in the
no, I'm
middle of a
not.
damn
I'm over
dive.
here.
You taking damn
No,
selfies, man.
I just added. I had to re-add a YouTube to my TV.
Oh,
That's what I'm doing. Is adding the YouTube back to my TV. I ain't have taking no damn selfies.
do a little
I,
advertising.
yeah, listen. If I was doing selfies, you think I have this sweatshirt on, folks? You know what I'm saying? What you
My
doing? Little
beautiful,
advertising?
gorgeous, my beautiful, gorgeous, drop dead Wolfpack sister, you knew. And I mean, that you knew together. Shout out together. Shout
Together.
out together. Yes, yes, yes. You want that hookup? Holler at my girl together now. We'll be rocking that Saturday.
You gonna be rocking that Saturday?
Hmm.
My design,
Lord Jesus.
You new design T-shirt made by Together.
that's it. That's how you do that.
That's how you do that.
It takes two. I'm just messing with you. She did good. She did an amazing job.
So like I said,
And we can
I
do,
think
and don't forget, we can do any team. All you got to do is connect with her, and she'll we gonna hook you up. Hook you up. You got to pay
Any
for it.
team,
Any
any
team.
team. If you Ohio State fan, she can get your Ohio State shirt. You a Penn State fan, she can get you a Penn State Penn State shirt. Big T, you want some Roll Tide T-shirts? Holla at
you
my
can't
girl
get
together.
one. No,
Yes.
you can't get
You
one. We she don't
you
do the roll
we
tide
don't we
bull
don't
nothing.
No,
we don't
we do
discriminate. You're a
everybody.
Tide fan.
We sure
We
don't.
don't turn down no Bama money.
We sure
Uh,
don't.
hell, we don't care. You a Rhode
We
Island
sure
fan?
don't.
You,
We
you're
sure
a
don't.
Rhode Island. Boise State, Kent State, UNLV winning right now. They're a little popular. Remember back in the days we were rocking them running rebel T-shirts with Larry Johnson and Stacey
Mhm.
Allman. Them, come on now, don't sleep
Hell
on them
no.
running rebels
Hell
now.
no. Hey, listen, hey, I'm put it to you this way. The only time that I won or wore another team shirt besides Georgia because I lost a bet. Like this weekend when I had to go up to this bar and wear Alabama a jersey for a whole game.
Man, you gotta understand. You younger than me. Back during them days, man, the Georgia basketball team sucked. So doing basketball, what we're gonna do? Stop watching college basketball? Not watch college basketball? Hey, my team were the running rebels in college basketball, man. I rocked and they wore red, black, and white. They wore Georgia colors. So hey, it was easy to you know make them an extended uh part of the family.
You got to do what
Yeah.
you got to do, boss.
Yeah, man. I mean, what would we not watch March Madness?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where is my? I can't see that. I'm trying to get it on the comments on the big TV. It's hard to do.
You gotta go to the settings, activate and display your comments.
I got something on here. I'll figure it out. Y'all know it takes me a minute. What's going on,
But
T?
yeah,
How was your day?
what's going on, T?
Hello,
What's
hello.
going on, everybody? How you doing? Hello, good
Hey,
evening, good evening. Thank you for allowing me to jump in here. I just want to say hi to you all, man. I love. I was listening. Me and Fauna and I were hanging out a little late, watching some movies. She fell asleep, and so I just been watching y'all. It's a great topic, man. I really don't have any strong opinions on it, but it's a good topic. It's a good topic. I've actually I'm fairly new to the debate, and that's what excites me about what you all do is you debate. And so I've just been doing some quick research, and I was looking at the main point surrounding this debate, and hearing what you guys, hearing what you all are talking about, and really, it sounds to me like there's a balance to be struck, right? And so, just in the quick research that I did, and not to like reframe anything, T, but um, from the research that I did, there's some pros and cons to money in amateur sports or college sports. And they say that the pros are exactly what you all discussed already, which was fair compensation for athletes for labor, financial support for the players, like you knew was talking about. It encourages finance. Something I haven't heard you. Well, you guys kind of touched on a little bit was it encourages financial literacy, right? How to spend this money responsibly, and entrepreneur skills, how to manage your money, and for the future, which you guys touched on a little bit, and then more freedom for athletes. In college sports, right? With ads and the fairness of autonomy for players, things like that. The cons list is something like this. It says that there could be an unbalanced focus on star players versus other players, as you were saying. Like you might have some star players who make a lot more than your other more. I don't want to say mediocre players, but your other players, and then another con was potential for corruption and exploitation, which is a concern. Distraction from education, which you all touched on. Increased pressure and expectations, which can be a lot for young players. And then the challenges that money brings to team dynamics and amateurism. So those are like kind of the pros and cons list. It says there's one extra con, then there is a pro. Um, but it's a balance, and that like you were saying, Mondo, is um you've got some was it mayors or governors, right, that are handling it differently, or mayor or different people that are handling it better than others, like what you said they're doing it. Bryant Denny is good. You said Kemp is handling it well, the way you would like to see.
Mhm.
But when you give these the states and these people the ability to manage things on their own, some are going to do it, they're going to do it different ways, and some are going to do it I guess what you could say right or better than others.
Mhm.
So yeah, I mean, you guys, it's
Uh,
crazy just listening to you all talk about it. Like, you guys know, have really good opinions, and you guys have basically touched on all of those topics. My question would just be, um, which is one of the questions that I read, is some people were saying, why not just create a private amateur sports league, and that college football had its own particular nuance. Why and also a historical and sort of legacy type of attitude and culture, and why ruin that with money in sports. That was one of the big questions. Just have a create your own private amateur league, and similar to like the NFL, and have it go that way.
they they tried that right before the pandemic. Remember the All American Football League?
Oh, the AAL.
The
Mm-hmm.
AAFL. And Atlanta had a team. It was the
Is that
Atlanta.
still a thing?
No, no, man, it didn't even last a season.
Mhm.
But they tried that. They attempted that. That would step on the toes of the NFL, Big T. And
Mhm.
the NFL and college football, they are tied together. They're
Mhm.
they're they're they have ties together on the back end. So if college collegiate on the collegiate, if they did it like that, then that would definitely be stepping on the toes of the NFL.
But doing it this way with paying kids in college is not stepping on the toes of the NFL.
In a way it is, but not to the extent that a league would. Okay, so I think a lot of these players that could have came out their junior year are staying for their senior year, and some are even staying for the fifth and sixth year. So that's why I
Right. We see
said
that.
it.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's really giving kids an incentive to stay in school versus before the NIL, you had kids that were purposely doing something in their junior year to get kicked off the team, or or some of them were opting out because they didn't want to risk any injuries, or some of them would just be playing lackluster, half-ass. like Jadeveon Clowney did his junior year.
Mm.
And it was his sophomore year versus his junior year were like night and day. Night and day. And I think now with the NIL, kids are staying longer. They're finishing out there. If there was no NIL, Carson Beck would have been gone.
But isn't that also due to the the increased level of eligibility because of COVID?
Yeah, but remember the NIL kicked in. You know, they started talking about it right before COVID, and it went into effect like around the summer of 2021.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I honestly, I really do believe that if it was not, if it wasn't the NIL deal, a lot of those kids that you're seeing now that staying for 5 and 6 years, they would have been gone. They would have went to the
So
NFL or the CFL or something.
T, then let me ask you: would you, if you know, if your son had an opportunity to play college ball, would you be opposed to him playing college ball in the current state of college football with the NFL and making money? Would you be opposed to that?
I'm not opposed to kids making money. It's the amount of money and that they're giving these kids. But I'm an '80s baby, and I see
Mm-hmm.
folks who just like Amanda was saying, well, it's your choice. Okay, it's your choice to do something that's just going to help your community and help society.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I know that these actresses and the NFL athletes are making millions and millions of dollars, but then again, now we're taking away from the student athlete and just saying they're just athletes.
Well, actually, you're right. It's even kind of
It-
more than
it-
that. We're even saying that they're not even students anymore. They're amateur professional athletes.
and that and but again, yes, I agree that we don't see the uh yes, I agree that they back in the '80s it was played for the love of the sport.
Mhm.
Now we're just going to get paid for doing something 6 months out of the year.
Mhm.
But we can't scavenge money for we. It's funny how you can scavenge money for watch somebody play, but you can't get money to for somebody who actually has been to across the country or fight a battle to keep you safe and you sleep better at night.
Okay, real quick.
But
First
that's
of
a
all,
political issue, though.
That
That's
wait,
a
is a
wait,
political
political.
issue.
Can I not
wait,
done?
wait a minute.
Okay,
I was about
okay,
to
go
say
ahead.
something really, really quick, really quick.
No,
I
you
feel
no
like
no you're
they
not
have
until I
the money.
finish.
They have the money. They have the money. They're giving it to people that are not from this country. That's where the problem lies. They need to stop doing that. Maybe then they can go ahead and pay the firemen, the policemen, the teachers, and all those that are getting, cut from the big money. Okay. That's what's going on. Period. And I don't even do political stuff.
Hmm. It's an interesting point. It's an
So Tony,
interesting point.
when you become the governor of Virginia, you can stop
Boy,
this.
you crazy.
You want to explain to everybody where you went today?
Nope. No, I'm just trying to become a little bit more active in local politics and uh, really volunteer what little expertise I have to people who I think will make a positive change for my community. I find it a bit hypocritical that I can sit here and have all these grand opinions about, you know, nationwide politics, but not have a real understanding of the inner workings of the political structure in my own neighborhood. And, I think that's a lot of times far more important and immediately impactful. And I think a lot of people do that. We have these strong opinions about how things are going to affect people, in other states and these big broad policies. And really talking to you all has helped me to realize that, like, I recognize that I have really strong opinions, or even an opinion on big federal discussions that, quite frankly, have very little to do with my life on a day-to-day basis. Um, and I think that it would be more helpful for me if I had a better understanding and I was better educated about local politics. So today I met the gentleman who's running for Senate in my state. Went to a get together at a private home where he came and he spoke and got to speak to him for a little bit and talk to him about concerns, and he addressed individuals at that house about what his plans are, and I offered my services pro bono to him and to some other fundraising people and individuals at that event. And I don't know, I'm just trying to become more involved and put not necessarily my money where my mouth is, because I don't have a lot of that, but I do have a lot of time and, like I said, some skill and expertise, and I would like to help and affect change in a positive, or what I think is a positive way.
That's amazing.
Armando, when he makes it big, me and you going to be head of security.
Oh yeah.
You going
Yeah. To be frank, I mean, that's why I think, even though I know you all are you're at different locales, right? You're different states and things like that. But man, you guys are doing something here really that's thought provoking for people, and I wish you had a larger local audience where you were, to get people involved. And I know that that's what you're working at, and that's what you're building toward. And it doesn't, Rome wasn't built in a day. But man, you guys are having great. I mean, even this conversation. I mean, this conversation particularly because it relates directly to people's kids, to our future. You guys are talking about a lot of stuff here. You're talking about sports, and you guys are talking about money, and you guys are talking about corruption of the youth. But not only that, the antithesis of that, how not to corrupt youth and how to teach people to earn money well and spend money well and be responsible. And that's all good stuff, man. That's all good stuff. And look, you can't tell people how to spend their money, right? You never could. And God bless these kids. I hope that they make the right decisions in their life. But I mean, we've seen, even with professional athletes, how just some of the things we've been talking about here, how money can corrupt them. I don't necessarily think it's money all the time. I'll say it right out. I'm thinking of, Aaron Hernandez.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that man was a young professional athlete. And you saw what happened to him. Now he's a certain, I mean, he's unique. No professional athlete has ever committed a double homicide and then played a season of professional football and won a Super Bowl. It's never
I don't
happened
think,
before.
yeah, I don't think it's the money for him. I think it was more in him. It just came out
Right.
while
And
while he was
right.
playing football.
Certainly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he
Like
he
he
was
had,
a
yeah.
monster. He was a monster.
He had
Mm-hmm.
a lot of personal issues, but I
Mm-hmm.
think we would be naive to believe that his status as a professional football player and the money that he earned didn't in some way contribute to the continuation of the evil that he did. He felt
Well,
untouchable.
he was bagging bodies when he was in school at Florida, and
That's right.
Yes,
it
he
was
was.
no NIL. Yeah, it wasn't no NIL deal
Mhm.
back in '07 and '08. NIL didn't exist during that
No,
time.
I understand that, but my question then is, when you typically, or I guess my insinuation, I'm insinuating that yes, while that is true, we know that typically money doesn't make situations for those kinds of people any better. And I would argue that if it did exist at his time, it might have expedited his problem. And that's just that, and that's my concern is, as you said once before, Armando, I think it was in our first discussion, absolute power will corrupt, absolutely. And what does money bring? Money brings power.
Mm.
I
I
don't think
mean,
we
I
can
would,
deny that.
yeah, I would
Hold on, real
agree.
quick. I just want to throw this out there real
Go
quick
ahead.
that
Go ahead.
the Armando,
Mm-hmm.
the Falcons are tied 30-30 going into overtime.
Bam.
Yeah, I ain't
That
Okay,
getting
so
excited till you tell me they won.
yeah, I was gonna say I agree with you, Heartbeat.
Hmm.
Um, the only reason I don't is because if that's the case, then why hasn't other NFL players unalive people?
Well, hold
People
on
who
now,
unalive people, it
Mr.
doesn't
Ray,
have
Mr.
anything
Ray
to do with
Lewis.
money.
Hold on now. I mean,
Yeah, but
we,
it's not
Mr. Ray
I'm
Lewis has some. I mean, although he was not convicted, that man has a certain cloud
okay, so that's two
around him.
people.
He
No,
saw it.
no.
He didn't do it. He didn't do the
Uh,
act. He saw what happened.
according to
And
the
the
case,
knuckleheads that he was with. Hold up.
according,
The
yeah.
knuckleheads that he was with, that he grew up with, had
Hmm.
something to do with that. He didn't touch it. He
Yeah.
didn't touch them guys.
Uh,
He
according to
just
the
saw it and
case,
he lied about it.
well, but no, according to the case, he had a hand in that. There was just no evidence to prove that. If you recall in that case, the people he was that were prosecuted for that were saying that that was not the case. That Ray Lewis had a hand in that. There was just simply no proof. And then hey, look, if he, I'm not going to say he did it, right? Because obviously, there was a trial, there was an investigation, and there was no evidence that he did. But I guess what I'm saying is that even in the NFL, there are characters. I think the NFL does a good job of, because they have an investment to protect. It's worth a lot of money, right? Being a professional athlete, so they do a great job of vetting their players to do their best to protect their investment and ensure that those players are not mixed up in those kinds of things, so that what happened with uh, Aaron Hernandez does not happen on the regular. But
Mhm.
I'm hesitant to say that because we don't know about them means that it doesn't exist. There's
Okay,
always
so
evil lurking in shadow.
right. So what is the percentage of NFL players when the ones that are making money,
Mhm.
what is the percentage that they've done things like that, unaliving someone or
Mhm.
abusing women?
Well, those are two completely different things, and I think that the rate of the second, the rate
Well,
of the
no, you
latter
got to
is higher than
remember.
the rate of the former. I would agree with you in that the rate of the former unaliving someone is potentially lower, which I mean, but that's generally speaking the case. I think the rate of unaliving someone in our society is much lower than the rate of domestic violence. And I think the same could be said about players in the NFL. The rate of the rate of the possibility of them unaliving someone is certainly lesser than the rate of an NFL player being involved in domestic violence. Um,
No, 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 no,
But
I'm not saying verse those comparisons. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying percentage wise,
mhm.
how many? Is it like 20%? Is it 50%? Is it
That are involved in
30%
domestic violence.
that do things like that? Domestic violence and
Um,
unaliving people.
so, what percentage? Let's see.
Because money is not what unalives people and makes people become
No,
domestic
I'm not.
abusers.
No,
It's
no.
it's
Well,
a learned it's a learned habit.
well,
It's things they've seen
money's a
and they've
motivation for
been
a lot of
through.
crime. Money's the motivation for a lot of crime.
No, the part
So
with
that's
the money part to
yeah.
me is more of the one they think they could get away with it
Well, so
because they
according
think they're
to
higher than anybody else. They think they're better than anybody else when they got that money.
well, I don't. Yeah, but those two things aren't synonymous with one another or mutually dependent upon one another. You know what I mean? Like somebody thinking that they're poor people think that they're better than some people and commit heinous acts of violence. Rich people do the same thing.
Right, but right now we're
But
talking
wait,
NFL.
wait, 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 wait,
NFL.
wait, 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 wait. Armando,
Yeah.
Oh my
Y-
God.
36-0. Falcons won.
How the hell they win that fast?
Hey, that fast. I just now get a little bit excitement. We'll see you next in 2 Sundays.
So
What?
here, I'm going to
How
drop
did
this.
they score? How did they score that touchdown so fast?
They got the ball first. Remember, NFL is the first one who. No, they got the ball second.
Okay, wait. Can we get this
Yeah.
information? We got
So,
that answer.
so
Good.
I so
They
I
won.
just so I just dropped that this link for you there.
Wait, man, hold on, you new. Hold on, you new. You ain't gonna come up on this panel, and now you want to stick to a subject because your Tourette's butt always come out of nowhere and we talk about sports, and you want to talk about a damn tornado that hit the middle of some island that nobody heard of.
I can't stand you. Go ahead.
So I just dropped you a link there, and it's from what's called Charles R. Ullman and Associates, attorneys at law. I don't know, how trustful, how trustworthy of a source they are, but they state that the arrest rate among NFL players for domestic violence is lower than the national average for men of ages 25 to 29. The NFL players' domestic violence arrest rate is
The heck?
55. That was Tony for sure. So the NFL players' domestic violence arrest rate is 55.4 of the average for men ages 25 to 29. However, this is higher than the players' arrest rate for other crimes relative to the average for men in that age group. The arrest rate. Now, here's the issue that I have with that. Um,
Okay.
Being a public figure and public persona, right, and being a member of a team and having fame and celebrity does afford you certain privileges. Would you say? Does it
Pass.
not? Right.
Yes.
So
Passes.
so
Yes.
right. So there, although they are saying that the arrest rate is lower, they are acknowledging that it seems to me that on average per capita, it seems to be reflective that it was sort of a one for one. That just because you're in the NFL doesn't mean that you won't commit domestic violence. But what it is saying is that the rate of arrest for men in that age group who commit domestic violence is lower.
Mm-hmm.
So that sort of indicates to me that there is a bit of favoritism going on when it comes to that.
Mm-hmm.
The next paragraph reads, among NFL players, domestic violence accounts for 48% of all arrests for violent crimes within the NFL. But among
Mm-hmm.
all men ages 25 to 29, domestic violence accounts for 21% of arrests for violent crime. So, I
So
mean,
that's more
that's
with NFL. That's
yeah,
more
but
with NFL.
yeah, and let's be honest, that's a quarter of the young men in the NFL
Yeah, that's a lot.
that are involved in domestic violence. Now, I'm not saying it's
That's
their
a lot.
fault all the time, right? Because
Right.
domestic violence could be, hey, they're getting beaten up by their girlfriend. You never know,
Right.
right?
Right.
You don't really know. It's
Right.
just that
It's two
the rate
sided.
the rate of domestic violence seems to be commensurate with the rate in the NFL seems to be commensurate with the rate of domestic violence that occurs in society.
Mm-hmm.
But the rate of arrest is lesser in the NFL than it is
Than it
in
is with the
the general
regular.
public. Yeah.
Right. Right. Okay. So that means they do get away with things. They get slapped on the hands more often than not. That's what it sounds like to me.
No,
Allegedly.
unless hey,
Allegedly.
look, unless
Again,
there
that's
is a
this source. That's this
unless they
source. We don't really know.
unless they're in the
Allegedly.
elevator and it's caught on camera.
And there's an interesting another second part to this, which is arrest trends among NFL players, and then it gives you some insight. It says the San Diego Union Times maintains a database of arrests of NFL players from 2000 to the present. Entries for the Carolina Panthers players reveal the following: that between 2000 and 2010, the database lists 2 arrests for domestic violence and 4 for assault, including 2 separate incidences in which female strip club workers were allegedly assaulted. In the same time period, the database lists 6 instances of driving under the influence of alcohol and 4 instances of arrests on charges of carrying concealed weapons. And that's something I also you remember Plex?
I don't know
Plaxico
Yeah,
who
we
that
Burrs?
played
is.
against we played
You
against
play,
Flexible Burst. I
I
did.
ran against him in track. I ran against him in track, and the man and the
Yeah, we
man
did.
and I played ball with him too at Birchwood. I used to play ball with him in Abdu Kaysen. Used to play basketball with that boy, and that man was an athlete and shot himself in the leg at a nightclub in New York.
Wow.
You
That's
remember
Now,
that,
so nice.
Armando?
Okay, so my question now is, can you ask it, or can you ask it, Jesus? Can you Google um the likelihood of an abusive person because of
Yeah, I had to
money,
take a call.
or is okay,
Mm-hmm.
is it because of, would it be because of money, or would it be because it's more of something that's been that's in them already,
mm,
and something just brought them out and brought it out of them?
Well, when you look at it, let's take the Aaron Hernandez case. Like
Okay.
we mentioned before, he was getting money from boosters.
Mm-hmm. And you're frozen. It's frozen.
yeah, he's frozen. Man, I got that McDonald's internet.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Got that McDonald's Wi-Fi, bro. There you go.
He's coming back.
Damn McDonald's internet. I got
Yeah,
it. I got it.
get off that bodega internet you live on top of, bro.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead,
But
Sniper.
bodega, right? But bodega, huh?
Go
Go
ahead,
make me a
Sniper.
bologna sandwich, fool. Hey, so
Somehow
but I was
fucking
saying,
good.
yeah, I don't think that the money aspect when it came to Aaron Hernandez, it was a money aspect. He was just a born demon.
Yes, I
I
Well,
agree.
mean, this started way before
I don't.
this.
I wouldn't
No,
say he
this
was a
started
born.
way
He wasn't
before
a
he got
born
into.
demon.
Yeah,
Okay,
he
he
was
was
a
raised a demon.
demon
He
seed.
raised up to be a demon.
He was
Yeah,
a demon seed, man. For real.
he had some demons. He was born in original sin like all of us. But yes, the man had a rough upbringing. Let's be honest. He was minus a dad in his life. He was minus a positive male role model, which as we know, I mean, studies will show that men who do not have men in their lives to show them how to be responsible men tend to be more violent and irresponsible and destructive men than those who do.
Right. That's why I said
Well,
it's a
Jeffrey
learned
Dahmer had a
habit.
good father, and he didn't.
It's
Yep.
it's a learned habit.
That's different. That's a lot different because Jeffrey Dahmer
Mm,
had a lot
Je-
of other Jeffrey
Jeffrey
Dahmer. There
Dahmer
were a
had
lot,
both of his parents in the home.
yeah, but there were
Sure
a lot
did.
of other underlying issues to Jeffrey Dahmer as well, which his sister talks about him not being able to receive his mother's care and have touch and love as well. So there's that's talk about that's definitely apples and oranges.
Mm-hmm.
Both parents play a role in the proper cultivation
well,
of
I
a
was just
young
going
soul.
off of what you said. I mean, um, and this is, and I had great parents, but decisions I made in my life until now was my decisions. Had nothing to do with my upbringing. I just decided to do things that I wanted to do. And I think people need to, yes, there's certain times you need that positive role model, but again, the people got to start taking responsibility for what they do
Mm-hmm.
and their actions,
Yeah.
and not put it on. Well, and it, just like gangbangers. Oh, I didn't have a positive role model, so I went to the streets to find a positive role model. Well, but
Mm-hmm.
you make your decisions. At the statistics show that the age of between 6 and 8, that you know the difference between right and wrong.
Amen.
Right.
Amen.
Right. I heard that too.
You want to try to fact check me,
Now,
Negro?
if you don't want to use Jeffrey Dahmer as an example, Wayne Williams grew up in the suburbs in Atlanta, had both parents.
Mhm.
Mother was a school teacher. His father was a journalist.
Mhm. Right. No,
Had
and I
all
look,
the
listen,
love in the home. Had
I don't,
all the love in the home, and turned out to be a
yeah,
serial killer.
I don't deny that even people with proper upbringings are capable of evil.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that that's not the case. I'm just saying it is more likely the case that children who do not have those proper upbringings and both parents in the home are more likely to exhibit those types of behaviors in life than people who have proper upbringings with proper families.
And also, don't
That's all
forget.
I'm saying. On average, I'm not. Listen, I completely agree. You can you can have children who are raised in great families,
Mm-hmm.
affluent families of religion, with both parents in the
Mm-hmm.
home, and you can you know, evil can still be uh, you know, acted out by those people
Mm-hmm.
far
Uh-oh.
more likely for a person who does not have those privileges.
Um,
Mm,
I feel like it's also, it doesn't even, sometimes it doesn't even have anything to do with the actual parents. It could be a family member, it could be a friend, it could be something they went through.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
this what comes out of it. An evil person that was not, they didn't get the proper help. And then they become this demonic person that does things that they normally would not do
Hmm.
if they didn't go through what they went through.
Yeah, T, I was fact checking a little bit because I think it's understated. Not that I don't. I mean, so I was just looking up child development. So children begin to develop a sense of right and wrong at a very young age, as you said,
Mm-hmm.
and their understanding of morality continues to develop throughout their childhood. This says that 19 to 21 months, babies can understand fairness and apply that fairness. Hey, this they got this, I didn't get that. You see this a lot
Right.
of times in very young chimps, primates. They have an acute.
Did you just call me a chimp?
Here we go.
No, he did not. Go ahead.
A very
Ignore him.
they have a very
Ignore
acute
him.
sense. They have a very acute sense of fairness, and have been known to attack and mutilate caretakers
Mm-hmm.
if they feel that they're being treated unfairly. At 2 years old, children can start to develop a sense of morality. 3 to 4 years, children can recognize certain behaviors as wrong, even when no one is watching. So that's what we call integrity. They can also make categorical judgments about right and
Mm-hmm.
wrong based on concerns with welfare and rights, what they should and shouldn't have, and that kind of thing. And then at 9 years of age, children start to show that they know right from wrong and that they understand the rules. So what you said is actually is pretty accurate. Like you said, 6 years old. This says 3 to 4 years that they can begin to do that. But somewhere between 3 to 4 years, not only can they do what you explained, but they even have a complete understanding at the of those of that set of social rules by the age of 9. So I think what you
Mm-hmm.
said is accurate, but it starts as young as 3, and then they're sort of masters of right and wrong by the age of 9. And then it says children's moral development is influenced by early secure attachment. Parents can help toddlers understand right from wrong by connecting with them in positive ways, setting boundaries, emphasizing differences in feelings and experiences, and talking about emotions.
Bonding. Definitely bonding. Yes.
Right. And that came from NPR. Golden rule develops early but doesn't come easily. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, after my after my second child, I had to take a parenting class. So that's where I
mm,
got the information from because I was like, what is really going on? I was like, am I doing it the right way?
mhm. Yeah, I mean, dude, I've never taken a parenting class, and it's
Me
crazy,
neither.
right? Like, you know, because we always we're vessels, and we parent to the best of our ability based on how we were raised. And sometimes that's not great because, sometimes even, we people, we may not have had the best upbringings and the best parents, obviously, so, um,
That's why they say do better with your own.
yeah, but how do you know what better is?
It's hard to do better.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to say
Yeah.
do better with your own when you was cursed with. You was cursed. Well, your kid's gonna be
Now,
four times worse than you.
I agree. I agree with what Mondo's saying, and I think what Mondo I mean, he's not really saying a lot, which I want him to say more about. But I think that what he seems to be an advocate of personal accountability, and that's what he's saying is, at what point does the individual become responsible for their actions, despite all of those other external factors? Is that right, Armando? Am I hitting that right?
Yeah, I think all four of us can agree on that.
I agree.
That people
Yep.
Mhm.
need to be held accountable for their own actions.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. 100%.
And because at the end of the day, it's your actions that got you in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
It's your actions, and it goes regardless of if you're with somebody and they did something. You put yourself in that situation. You got to
Mm-hmm.
take part and say, "Hey, this is my part. This is what
Exactly.
I did."
Exactly. And
And
I
if you don't do that, then you're not taking responsibility for your action, and you're going to blame it on somebody
Yep.
else.
And Tony, there was always one
No,
thing when we were growing up that I was very jealous of you of, which is you always had a pot as tough of as a man as your dad is, and how you may have sort of perceived him as being maybe even unfair to you. I was always very jealous that you at least had a consistent male figure in your life. Growing up, my dad was there sometimes. And even when he was there, he wasn't always the most positive example. And early in my life, when I was being a young, a very bad young man, I was being a very, very bad young man. And, and I was making kids, and I was using my dad as an excuse as to why I was misbehaving. And at some
Mm.
point, you have to take personal accountability and say, hey, I'm going to break this cycle. And I'm not
Yes.
going to do that. And I'm going to recognize this as a negative example, because that's what we're all blessed with in life. Yes, we have positive examples, but we also have negative examples. And we see that in Tony, you told me not to hold back. So I'm going to say it in the Bible as well. We have a lot of positive examples in the Bible of how to act as men and women and people in our society. And we have plenty of negative examples in the Bible of how to act as men and women in society. And it is up to the individual to make that determination and choose to behave a certain way.
Right.
That's what free will is all about.
Right. Break that chain. Break
Mm-hmm.
that chain. Amen to that.
what you got, Armando?
I agree with them. I don't have no pushback. I agree with them 100%.
Look like you getting tired too.
It's good to see you, Armando. You usually don't put your camera on, man. I like to see you, babe. Beautiful.
That's because of you.
Good. I like seeing them. It is always good to put a face, um, with the words and with the ideas, especially when they're good ones. So.
Yeah, but my story is a little bit different. Yes, I had a positive role model from the age of 6 until present.
Mm-hmm.
And when I tell you, Armando, we Tony and I could not get away with nothing. When he's
Nothing.
we breathe in the wrong nostril.
Yeah.
We might get beat down, but it was that example of how
Yeah.
to be a young man in the society,
Mm-hmm.
especially a young man, and just because he's light skinned it right now, but he's still a man of color. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Um,
Having that big, beautiful black man come up from behind you after the day that you had thinking you got away with stuff, and him going, "Hey boy, come over here. Let me talk to you for a minute, because I know, right?" And it's like, damn, bro. Scared healthy, I would call it, I had a healthy fear of that man. And I can tell you this, even though I was scared of him, in the back of my mind, I always knew that I was safe. I always knew that he cared about you and wasn't going to abuse or treat you unfair. He was the epitome of, in my opinion, of firm but fair. And I think that's important. That's very important. If we
It
ever
was
ended up in
it
jail
was
and we were there for a good reason, that man would leave us there for good reason. That man would leave us to our own devices.
and it
um,
was and here you go. I just got to put this out. Me and Big T never been in jail before. Um,
well, no, I have.
oh well, okay. Well, Big T has. I
I
haven't.
have.
Um,
I
but
have.
just want to throw that out there. But it was one of those where how did I put this? My father is still to this day is tough love.
Yeah.
He he ain't gonna pussyfoot around nothing. He gonna tell you straight how it is, and that's it.
And he's gonna pray for you at the end of the
Nowadays,
day too.
and yeah, and but
He will
nowadays
pray for you at the end
is
of the day.
when we start getting older, we have, like you said, we have conversations instead of the jumping off the top ropes, suplexing somebody outside the window. Um, but it was now we have conversations where we can sit around and talk about anything, but more of if I did something that was not pleasing and was not a manly thing, a godly manly thing to do, we can talk about it, and I can see from the older generation because uh, somewhere in the Bible, in the Bible it states that you if you don't learn from older men, you're not learning nothing at all. The older wise, you're not learning at all.
Yeah.
So that was that, and and I'm grateful for that. And then Tony, again, even you, Armando, you get to meet my father. You call him at any time, and you can talk about anything with him,
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
and like he's going to shoot it straight with you,
I'd
regardless
be
of your
interested for
age
you
or
just
anything else.
yeah. I'd be interested for you to have a conversation with him here, and I would just watch it. Just watch him speak. He's unique. He's a unique man in my opinion. I love Michael, and I would be interested. I mean, he's got a world of knowledge. Not a perfect man by any means, and doesn't even claim to be. Is very humble. Um, yeah, I'd be interested to hear that man speak.
I don't think Pops is going to come up on social
No, I
media.
know
He
he wouldn't.
barely have a
I know
yeah, he
I
barely
know
has
he
a
wouldn't.
Facebook.
You tell him that I can see his face. He'd be like,
Yeah,
"Nah, man, I ain't doing that."
no, I ain't doing that.
I see his
Maybe leave
face.
that to y'all folks.
Yep.
I
But
tell you
yeah.
what, man, you bro, cherish every moment
Hmm.
you have with your father, bro,
Yeah.
while he here. Love on him every chance you get, man. Yeah, I'm telling you, cherish every moment you have with him.
Do you still have your
Because when
father
he's
in your life?
gone,
Yeah.
bro, it's gonna hurt like 1,000 knives. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Yeah. Sound like
The type of
yep.
relationship you have with your father, that's the type of relationship I have with my father. D Truth will tell you. It was the same the way you describing your father, that's exactly how my father was.
Hmm.
Yeah.
That's amazing. I'm jealous of both of you then because I mean you I would say you sound like you lost your father. I as well. I lost my dad, and I I struggle with it to this day because I never got to speak to him before he passed away, and we did not. He left this earth before we actually got to be on the most positive of terms, or at least terms that I wish we would have been able to leave. That I wish he would have been able to leave on. And yeah, I regret it, man, and I struggle with it. It's painful.
So you're saying you didn't get closure?
No, not at all. No, not at all. Not even
Okay,
close.
so what you need to
Yeah,
do is you need to pray on it.
yeah,
You need to get
absolutely.
your closure through prayer.
Yeah, and I struggle with that. Like I find myself trying not to think about it when it should be the opposite of that.
No, you need to
Yeah,
do it, or else
yeah,
you're gonna struggle with it.
yeah,
You have to do it. You have no choice, but you have to
yeah,
do it.
yeah.
But here's my advice for all of you, and this is something, and it's funny y'all said this because my mother said it today. I struggle with forgiving my biological father. I struggle with that, and yes, he's still alive. We don't have the last conversation we were both talking about offing each other. That's how bad it got.
Mm.
Um,
Um,
Yeah, you
but my childhood was as Tony said, my childhood. Yes, I had a positive uh, father in
Figure.
my life, but my biological was not positive, and I blame everything that I did because it was the same actions he did,
Mm-hmm.
and
mm,
I was and
That's a crutch. We use
and
it.
it is a
We
crutch. We
use it.
use it all the
Mm-hmm.
time, and
Yep.
yeah.
and a couple of years ago is when I said, you know what, I am such and such age. I can't blame another human being and not forgive him and not forgive myself, because you got to forgive yourself first, because if you don't forgive yourself, even if you don't think you did anything, there's something that you did. So if you don't forgive yourself, you're not going to get over what the other person has done to you. um
yeah. Well, when you
so
have to forgive
it
them for yourself anyway.
Yeah, but I think
so
a large. Go ahead.
so
Go ahead.
it,
Take
it
another.
took me a while. It took me about 30 some odd years before I can say I forgave myself for my
Mm,
actions, and I forgave him. I don't have to talk to. She like, well, you need to rekindle that relationship. She just told me this morning. You don't have to
mm,
rekindle a relationship. You have to forgive him, and the only way that you can forgive
yes.
somebody is, one, you pray. You pray and you leave it at the altar. You leave it at the feet of God.
Hmm.
Amen.
And once you do that, you don't have to worry about it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
See, and this whole time I'm sitting here like I don't forgave myself for every wrongdoing I have, but I haven't forgiven myself for blaming somebody else for my actions to lead to where I was a couple of years ago.
Mm-hmm. And forgiveness is hard. I mean, it's hard. The only person forgiveness is not hard for is God. I mean, forgiveness is probably one of the most difficult things humans deal with. Truly, it's not easy, but it's a virtue.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, now that we got all the sad stuff and the emotionals and hey, when you running for governor?
Man, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. The reason I'm not doing that is because I value my privacy. I
Mm,
value, when you move into the public space in that way, you open the door to all manner of evil
Hmm.
and all manner of skepticism and insight into your life and decisions that, quite frankly, are wielded by people who have no interest whatsoever in the virtues that we're talking about, of forgiveness or even understanding, or you know trying to live and work with you in a harmonious fashion. They just kind of just want to tear you down and leave you down there and watch you suffer. And I don't feel a calling for that. Now, if I did, and then maybe I would. but I feel no calling for such a thing. I think I leave that sort of activity to better men, and I find myself more of a behind the scenes support character. I think that's where that's my role. I'm not a public figure and someone to be followed, to be honest, in the public space.
What about you, Amanda? You ever thought about running for a public spot or
Hell no.
political spot?
No.
I told him. I told him
Politics.
president.
Politics
I
is
said
too. Yeah, politics is too corrupt. It's too corrupt, man. You got mafia people. You got to deal with the lobbyist people here. They act like the mob. It's just too much corruption in
Politicians act like
politics.
mob.
Yeah, too much. Too much. I mean, man, I'm telling you, bro. That's
Yeah,
mm-mm.
that's a tough spot, ain't it? We can sit here and talk about politics, but and criticize those folks in politics, but have no idea what they go through in life.
Yeah, man. They sell their soul, bro. They compromise their morals and values, and they sell their soul.
But if you
And
was in
those
a
who and
public,
those
or
who
if you
don't
was in
and
that
those who
public,
don't suffer.
Hmm.
yeah. So, but do you think that if you did run for a public position or politic position, do you think that you can uh, not sell your soul, like you said, or um, it go in a different direction to your beliefs?
Yeah, well, I definitely wouldn't sell my soul. But if you ain't selling your soul, if you ain't going with the program, you don't last long. They'll get rid of you. I would have been the one that got assassinated because I wouldn't want to play ball. So they would have had to get rid of me.
Mm. Do you? Here's a good question for all three of you. At one point, Colin Powell had the same thought process as both of you. Even though he was in a political chair, when the opportunity came for him to run for president, he turned it down. Do you think that he would have been a good president if he decided to run for the White House? Let's start with you, Black. Armando.
It's hard to say, man. It's hard to say. So if he would have ran, he was projected to run in '96, and he chose not to because of the death threats. I think he definitely would have beat Clinton. Clinton wouldn't have gotten reelected. He would have won the election. He would have been the first black president before Obama.
Mhm.
Um, they wouldn't have allowed him to be himself. He was a good man. Colin Powell's a good man.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't. They would have tried to turn him into Clarence Thomas or Larry Elder or somebody like that.
Yes, sir. I was just gonna say that. I agree.
So he did the right thing. He chose to do the right thing. Condoleezza Rice, she stepped away from it
Mm-hmm.
altogether.
Same thing.
Yeah,
There's
they were
there's
trying to
something
groom her to run for office.
there's something about particularly principled black people that politics just does not like,
Hmm.
and that's
I don't
unfortunate.
know. He didn't ask a question and leave.
Nah, he hit that McDonald's internet again.
Hmm.
But it's your turn.
Mine? No,
Yes.
no,
Yeah,
no. I don't do
you
politics.
knew.
No, I don't do politics. I do not do
It's just an
politics.
opinion. It's an opinion.
Colin Powell.
Yeah. Do you
I
think
think
he would have made a good president?
yes, I think he would have. I think he would have. Because he's a very strong-minded person. Definitely, I think he would have.
Yeah.
Family oriented.
Hmm.
Yes.
Pragmatic.
Hmm.
But the only problem with that is it comes with you got people all in your business. I don't think he would have
Mm-hmm.
liked that. I agree.
But they were all up in his business already when this the Joint Chiefs of
It would be
Staff.
worse, but it would be worse, a lot worse.
Yeah, they were all up in his business because of his. um, so he was brought to that position because of his leadership in the Gulf War, which was nothing but positive. But then he sort of had a stain on his military record with what occurred with the Iraq War, right? With claims of WMDs, and I mean, I don't care. I mean, the bottom line is he was a leader, and the buck stopped with him. And when the intelligence community, uh, made those false claims about WMDs, and it turned out not to be the case, he took the hit for that. And to some, to just I think to some degree, rightfully so. When you're a leader, in my opinion, is particularly in the military. I tell my people all the time, I've had a lot of people fall under me, and I tell them all the time, whenever you're a senior NCO or an NCO, or in any position of leadership in the military, you have, you meet your people, and you do an initial uh, evaluation of them, and it's sort of an initial sit down, right? You get to know your people, and they get to know you. And I always tell them, my job is to make sure that I facilitate you in doing your job, right? And that uh, anything that you do that's positive, anything that you do well, the credit goes to you. Anything that goes wrong belongs to me. That's what a leader should do, and a leader should always elevate their people. If I elevate my people and I make sure that they always do the right thing or good things, and that they're being rewarded for those things, your people are going to take care of you. Doesn't mean you're always going to have the right thing happen all the time. Leaders often learn from their mistakes, which a leader is going to make a mistake. You are going to fail. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But being a good leader is about taking the hits, and he did that. And I just think that knowing that, and really bearing the weight of that, in his role as Joint Chief, he was not ready to go through that again as a president, because he already felt the weight of that and lives lost. I mean, there's only so much a human soul can take when you when people in your command literally lose their lives. That's not an easy thing, and I don't blame him for not wanting that. Not at all. I think he did the right thing too.
Amon,
Mm,
Armando and
mm,
Yunu, do y'all know General Mathis?
mm-mm.
Bulldog. Oh yeah,
Mad
yeah.
Dog.
Mad Dog. Yeah, Mad Dog Mathis. Oh, yeah.
He was the Joint Chiefs of Staff advisor
Trump.
for
Yeah.
Obama.
The only mad dog I know was on Martin Lawrence. Just saying.
Mhm.
Was he? No, not for Biden. Mad Dog was under Trump as well. Trump actually fired him, I believe, or he left. I think during the Trump
I
administration,
think he
he
left.
left. I don't think Trump fired him. I
He
think he
left.
left. I think he had a
Yeah.
problem with how Trump managed things in the executive branch. Yeah.
Um, he was another candidate that people wanted to run. 4-star general from the Marine Corps. He. I think everybody be staying at attention if he was the president.
Mm.
Do you? So what leads me to my next question: Who else in your lifetime did you think, besides the folks that we already mentioned? Because the two that I had was Condoleezza Rice and who we just talked about, Colin Powell, General Colin Powell. Who else do you think would have been a great candidate to be a president? Starting
How
with you,
far?
you knew.
Okay.
You go as long as you want to, Bubba.
Wait, what'd you say?
I know your
What did
answers
you?
are going to be short, so I start with you.
Okay, go ahead. What's the question? I was multitasking. I'm
See,
sorry.
who do you think in your lifetime would have been a great candidate for uh, to be a candidate for running the White House?
As a president, right? Hmm.
Are you drinking?
No, I don't drink. Um, you know who I think is would be a really good president? Armando. I've been
Hmm?
telling him that. You,
Who?
you.
I would have got assassinated. I wouldn't have lasted a year in my administration.
I'm telling you, you would be a
Not if I
great
was your
president.
head security.
Mm.
I've
How
been
far back?
telling you that. Been
Mm-mm.
telling you that.
Mm-mm. How far back can I go?
Bro,
Sniper.
you go as far as you can remember, bro.
One person that was penalized for something that is, he was ahead of his time. I think it would have been. I think he was a good man, good family man. He had one slip up, and I think he would have made a darn good president. Gary Hart. I think Gary Hart would have made a darn good president.
What was a slip up?
He had an affair, but that don't make you a terrible person. That shouldn't disqualify you from becoming president. That just
It did at his time. At his
in
time.
his yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, because
Yeah.
remember the 80s, it was
Hmm.
the 80s was about family, family
Hmm.
values, yeah.
Hmm. Yeah. That was a little bit before my time, but I know who he's talking about. He was a Democrat out of Kansas.
Colorado.
Uh, was it Colorado?
It was Colorado.
Eh, It's not your turn yet, Tony. You
Sorry.
sit there and wait.
Right.
Dang,
Drink your wine.
sniper.
They made a movie. Remember Big Tony? They made a movie about it too. The I think it was the greatest that never was, or something like that.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I'm. I think he represented Colorado, but I'm pretty sure he was born in Kansas. You might check me on that.
I'm
But
checking you
but
right now.
yeah, but
Let's
regardless,
make it.
so that I came across the name Gary Hart. I remember him specifically being discussed around the time of Clinton.
Mhm.
Um, and I could be wrong, but I don't believe that Gary Hart was known to be a womanizer, like sort of like Clinton was. Um,
Gary Hart was born in Ottawa, Kansas,
yeah,
Mm.
he was a
but
representative of Colorado in some in some political fashion. But yeah, I think he was very well respected in the political community, from what I remember.
yeah, he could have. That's what they said on here is that he could have been the next president if he didn't have the extra marital affairs, which is sad because
Didn't they all?
your personal life.
Mm.
There goes that Tourette's again. Um, your personal life should not have any effect unless it's do with finances or the whoa
Gets
why
on my
what you
nerve.
if you can
Get on my nerve.
wait why you two make them faces.
Well, I don't know. I can't speak for her, but for me, I do think that to some degree your personal life does impact whether or not you should be in positions of power and authority. Because if you cannot manage in your own personal life, there's certainly some conflict you have to admit uh, about someone making decisions for publicly, but in making policy if they can't even, for everyone else in society if they can't even manage their own
I,
personal
I,
lives.
I
I told,
agree with
I
that.
told,
I do. I
Uh,
agree with
hold,
that.
hold,
I
hold,
do.
hold,
Real
I
quick, I do agree with that. I do agree with that. But they all did it, just about all of them.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I totally disagree. A man having an affair on his wife has no bearing on how he will run the White House. Give you a perfect example. Roosevelt was a great leader. He led us to World War
Sure.
II, and he was cheating on Eleanor Roosevelt left and right.
Right. Now, I'm not, again, I didn't say that that specifically, the adultery thing specifically. I'm just saying how a man conducts himself in his personal life is a part of the calculus.
To a certain point.
Yeah.
and if I may,
Because
if I may,
you got some that was just the perfect husband and were lousy presidents. Herbert Hoover, was a perfect husband, lousy president. Jimmy Carter loved Rosalind, never cheated on her, love of his life. He was a lousy president. Great
Barack
man.
Obama, perfect husband, lousy president.
He wasn't no lousy president. He was not a lousy president. He was not a lousy president at
Mm,
all. He wasn't a lousy.
that,
The thing about
that
it
hey,
sounds
is,
like
if
that
you can
sounds like a
smoke,
whole another debate.
I understand. I understand. But any Trump supporter can't tell me nothing about another president being lousy. Because your president, like I said, during when your president was in office,
Yeah.
and you ask the average American what was the worst year of your life, they will tell
Uh-huh.
you 2020.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so you can blame it on the pandemic, but like I said,
Mm-hmm.
it happened under his watch.
Mm-hmm.
Period, point blank. So
Mm,
let's not go there now because
mm,
bad thing, more homicides, murders, hate crimes happened under your president.
mm. Wait, he wasn't. He was
Numbers
your
don't lie.
speaking of,
president. He was your
Numbers
president
don't
too,
lie,
was he
brother.
not?
Huh?
He was your president too, wasn't he?
Well, yeah, but I mean,
Okay, all right.
I
All
didn't
right. I
vote
just want to
for him.
say
I
that.
did not vote
All
for him
right.
though. I didn't
All
choose
right.
him to be my president
I
because
didn't
of
choose
the
for the pandemic
electoral
either.
system. Because of the electoral system in America, he lost the popular vote. By the way, he lost
Mm,
the popular vote.
mm-hmm.
So I mean, because of the electoral system, he was handed the
Yeah.
presidency. You know,
so
Losing the popular
but
vote
I
doesn't
didn't
mean you're
choose him.
not. Yeah.
so
But I mean,
let me
yeah,
stop y'all
All
real
right. So,
quick
so wait,
on
do I get to make a choice? Put one in for the president who I think could be the
Yes.
president. We'll wait till.
Hell
Go ahead, Tim.
no. Hell
Go ahead.
no, you don't get to do that. It wasn't about no. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
can
Who's
I
your?
do one
And
more?
I
Can
didn't.
I do one more? Can I do one more
Yes.
before he go? Can I do one more
Yes.
before he go?
Yes.
Douglas MacArthur. I think it would have made a damn good president.
That's two good
All right.
choices. T, my
All
man,
right.
break it down for me.
A man that I met while I was deployed in 2005, General McChrystal, General Stanley McChrystal. Um, I don't know if you all know who that is, but I seen him do some.
I would be lying if I said yes.
I've seen that man make some tough decisions, do some amazing things. His military experience, or he was at the point in time when I was deployed in 2005. He was the commander of Joint Special Operations Command. Um, he had, in my opinion, a very nonpartisan approach to politics, although that was his role at the time. But I think even after he, when he was engaging a little bit in politics and was not as much of a military figure, he was still very bipartisan in his approach, or at least he seemed to be nonpartisan in his approach. Um, I just don't. I think he for foreign policy, he had an amazing understanding of global threats and how the world worked. Just extremely disciplined man. The issue with that was that he was not very well versed in politics. He didn't know how to engage in politics. He didn't know how to, speak with, in political rhetoric, which I don't, still to this day, I don't think is a bad thing. Sometimes I think the political rhetoric is the problem with politics. It doesn't really get to the heart of the issues and how to solve them. And he struck a real balance between military and civil issues, stateside and domestic, or both domestic and foreign policy issues. For me, foreign policy is a big. It's probably the biggest thing, because I think fundamentally I think when I have disagreements with people about politics, it's because because we think differently about how the executive branch, particularly how the president, should behave and what his true powers are. And for me, the president's job first and foremost is defending the nation, and an individual who doesn't have an understanding of foreign policy and of warfare and of how to fight and protect the United States is a major problem.
Mm. My next question, and this is probably going to be. I
I
think
have a second president.
I wish I can get out what I say without somebody interrupting me, especially the ponytail on the right hand corner. Jesus, help me. Yes, give me your second president. Give me your second president, Tourette's. I mean, you knew.
If you call me Tourette one more time, I swear to God, stop playing with me. Maya Angelou.
Who?
That's who. Maya
The
Angelou.
author.
Yes.
All right, next. No, I'm just,
Very intelligent. Extremely intelligent.
I can't
I
see
think
her
she would
running
be.
no military.
that's
I
debatable.
don't think she would
That's
run
all.
military, but I
That's the
think she would be
only.
a great
That's the only thing
female
about it. She's
president.
too nice.
The antithesis of
She's
what I
too
just
nice.
said.
She would be great. She would be great. Stop playing with me.
I don't see her running no military.
I said she'd be a great president. My
Okay,
opinion.
okay. Well, we'll take
Okay,
that
now
under
go.
consideration. Um,
Can you do that? I'd appreciate it. She
this
passed
car.
on me. Bring back.
Hey, Big T. And before I promised myself I wouldn't allow myself to forget. Armando had a question for you. Um, and I would like to hear your answer. If Armando remember the question, do you want me to go ahead and ask it?
Who do you think is the most underrated president?
That's not the question you thought it was.
Oh, that's crazy. Historically,
Mhm.
ooh,
I already got mine. I already got mine.
underrated. Wow, that's a great question. Um, I'm not prepared for this. Historically, wow. I mean, that's a lot. That's 46 presidents, bro. Let me think about that. I'm gonna have to get back to you. That's a damn good question. Um, and the only reason I say so in my lifetime, I mean, I was born in '81.
Yeah, your lifetime.
So, okay, let's okay. In my lifetime, um, I think Bill Clinton.
Hmm,
I think Bill Clinton
kind of
had
overrated to me.
so I think that his ability to and the reason I say that is because I don't think Bill Clinton got enough credit for what he did economically for us. Um, Bill Clinton in my lifetime is one of the only presidents where the national deficit actually decreased. Um, he had a lot of he had a lot of policies that Democrats didn't agree with, but that impacted the United States positively. So in my lifetime, I would say Bill Clinton, but only for the economic side. So I'll go with that. But historically, I would think that it would actually be Chester A. Arthur. And again, for what he did for the infrastructure of the United States, a lot of people don't know about that. about what Chester A. Arthur. If you ever get a chance to read about Chester A. Arthur, I would, and I believe he was a Democrat as well. So
Sniper.
you don't like? Is he
Yeah,
gay?
I mean, that's Bill Clinton your answer, and Arthur. I really haven't really done that much research on Arthur, but
Yeah,
I'll take your
yeah,
word for it though.
yeah. Look into that. That's I think I would be. I think that what we should do. I think you just uncovered a really good question that I don't think has been really thought about or talked about or discussed. I would be interested to do some, delving into presidential history and coming up, and then having us both come to a consensus and presenting to your audience an answer. 'Cause that would be
That's-
interesting.
Yeah, that would be a good one. Definitely.
But I'm not very. I mean, I've only had
That's your homework. That's your homework.
I've only had a few presidents, man. I mean, since '81, I had Reagan, the two Bushes, Clinton, right? Biden, Trump. I don't really have a good pick list, bro.
You knew
Obama. I don't have a good pick list.
You knew she had way more to pick from than all of us. Go ahead, you knew.
Wow.
Damn.
Oh, wow.
She gonna get me for that.
Yeah, man. I hate for the next live to go up, bro. She gonna get you.
You lucky nobody created a freaking smack through the internet yet.
Pow! Now you knew you got the advantage. Now you can start back from Eisenhower and work your way on up.
Did you say Eisenhower?
Damn.
Hey, together I'm gonna drop the link down here for you. You need to come up here and you got to introduce yourself to my best friend. And
You're no
crazy
longer
self.
my choice for president. You're fired. You're fired. I'm done.
Oh.
I'm done.
Did
You're
you,
no longer president.
Armando? Did you think I was gonna say Trump?
Okay.
Mm-mm.
You too smart for that, bro.
I ain't falling into that trap.
Honestly, I thought you were gonna say W. I thought you were gonna say W, and I think W is very underrated. W did a good job when he was in there.
I could see that. But the problem that I have with W was
together. Come on up.
He was so entrenched, and I feel like W there were levels of corruption that even now are untold of.
Yeah, no man, but them were some of the best 8 years of my life, man.
I understand that.
Damn, good on the
and that was that.
W, man.
Yeah, they were good. It was good,
man. That was some good times. I think that is president.
Yeah, and that is a mark of a good leader when your life is going well and the president's not on the main stage of things, right? That's what you want from a good leader. A good leader pop in every now and then and be like, "Hey, y'all good? Y'all good? Good. Hey, I'm gonna go over here and keep working." That's a great president. I don't need you on Facebook and YouTube and in my face all day. I just need you to do your job and shut up and move on.
And that was going to be my answer. Was going to be W.
You knew taking forever. I mean, come on.
Yeah, that's why I kept on going. I just kept on going.
You got Eisenhower, Kennedy, Nixon.
I'm not answering that question.
Work your way up to Johnson.
You're fired.
I'm working out. Don't need y'all to think I'm getting plugged. Wow. Hell nah.
That dude would have jumped in here and we'd have been like, damn, did I call you or did you call me?
Hey, no, hey, are you with Shannon Sharp right now? What is going on?
No, she's working out. She's talking about she's gonna be breathing hard.
I know you knew. You don't got it.
I'm explaining it.
I know what I can read and understand. I got very good comprehension skills.
You
Well, it
knew.
didn't
We
sound
waiting
like
on
it just a second ago.
we
You
waiting
can
on
wait
your
all day.
answer.
You
We
gonna
waiting
wait
on
all
your
day,
answer.
all
We waiting on
evening,
your
all night,
answer. You
all
knew.
next days,
You knew. You
10 years
knew.
from
You
now.
knew.
Also, too, one thing, Mondo, that I did want to say while she's thinking about this, I'll give you some time.
I'm
Is
not
that
thinking.
with Chester A. Arthur historically, the reason I even came across him as a president was because I was reading a book about civil rights, and although during his presidency he did not have the opportunity to fully um, empower the black vote, he did a lot. He was a large voice in defense of the black vote, and he did. I feel like what the best that he could to remove discriminatory law. So Chester A. Arthur, I think, and the fact that people don't know his name is kind of why I say that he's one of the most underrated presidents for what he did for the economy, the black vote. Um, he acted very much independently of party politics. He was not a very popular president because he didn't sway very much in one way or the other. A lot of people saw him sort of like a milk toast kind of guy, but
Mm-hmm.
I think I see him more as a values kind of guy, and he didn't give a damn what that political system thought. So yeah, you should. I think that should be somebody that people read about.
I'm definitely gonna do some research on him after tonight. Definitely. Yeah. Okay. You knew. We're
My
waiting.
name
You
is not
knew.
you knew, it's you know. My name is you know.
You know. You know.
You knew I wasn't no you know. I mean you knew. But
You
no, I
know.
ain't got no answer. I don't
You ain't
have
got
no
no.
answer.
Just
Oh,
start back from 52 on, work your way on up to 2024.
I wasn't born in no 52. I was nowhere, literally nowhere near
This man
52.
said 52.
Nowhere near 52. Not even
You see, you know
62.
I had, you know I had to get you back now. You know you
Oh
had to come. Now I had to get you
God.
back.
No,
So
you got me coming.
why you thinking I'm gonna give you my two,
Okay.
my number one underrated president, Nixon. Man,
Wow, I did not see
it's
that
good.
coming. Holy
Look,
shit.
look, wait,
This
hold
man
up now.
dropping bombs, bro.
Hold up, man.
I don't disagree
Listen,
with you. I'm just saying
his
I did not see
good
that coming.
outweighed his bad.
I agree. I just didn't see it coming.
Affirmative action,
Mm-hmm.
busing, housing code. He fought housing discrimination. I mean, the man good outweighed. I mean, look, black folks were eating good under Nixon.
He did
Go
he
go
did a he did
research
a lot
now.
for he did a lot for domestic policy. I agree.
Oh yes,
A
sir.
lot for domestic policy.
Oh
That
yeah.
was his that was his number. Yeah.
hmm The
Hit
economy
the
was
mute button,
One of,
booming
buddy.
one
under
of the
Nixon.
one of the only Republicans with a majority black vote.
hmm
That man was killing it.
hmm
People forget about that.
And my next one, W. W.
That's
That's my
crazy.
dog right there. W.
I never thought Mondo, you sound like a Trump supporter every day.
Man, Trump hate, but Trump, no. Cause Trump hate, he always talk trash
I know.
about
Yeah,
Bush.
he does.
He never
Yeah,
liked
he does.
Bush.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he thought Bush was bad for business. And Bush didn't like him either.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah.
One more person I think would have made a damn good president. He just came along at the wrong time. John McCain. Why you looking at me like that, Sniper?
Mm. I'm gonna have to disagree with that, even though
Because
I
I
did vote for John McCain. I voted for
um
McCain Romney.
I think John McCain. I just didn't like his. If he wouldn't have had Sarah Palin on his ticket, if he would have had Mitt Romney or
Yeah.
anyone else on his ticket, he would have. I think he would have beat Obama.
he I don't know why he chose. I think he gave into the identity politics side of it because Obama forced that. That was Obama's big thing was identity politics, particularly for his reelection. I think he felt that pressure and that he needed to find a female to run with to try to outdo Obama's identity politics structure. And I think that was a mistake.
Or pick up some of them disgruntled Hillary voters too.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what Sarah Palin said. The reason why she felt like she was chosen
Yeah.
as the candidate, but
Yeah. Also, too, the media did a horrible job of, or however you look at it, or a great job of villainizing Palin for certain things that
I
she
mean,
wasn't responsible
she was
for.
walking herself into stuff, man. Talking about she could see
Dude,
Russia
she
from her back porch and all that mess, man.
Yeah,
She
I'm
was
not
doing
saying she
some
did
reckless
herself any
stuff.
favors. I'm not saying
Yeah,
she did herself any favors, but I'm saying at the same time, the media did a great job of painting her in a light that I don't necessarily think was fair.
you know who else was in that same light? Ben
But that's
Carson.
politics. Politics ain't fair.
Ben
who?
Carson was also paid. Ben Carson, I
Yeah,
believe,
Ben.
because, but he lied a lot. Yeah,
He was
he was a narcissist from hell.
he was too soft, bro. Ben Carson, man, I wouldn't have felt safe as him. I mean,
I,
man, look,
I
man,
don't
I'd
know
rather
about
have
that.
Trump in there. I'd rather have Trump in there than to have Ben Carson, man. At least, you got to have somebody in there with a
I
backbone
think Ben
that's
Carson's
gonna
major
run the
problem.
military.
Ben Carson's major problem was he wasn't relatable to the average person. He explained things the average people in a way that they couldn't understand. And I think that was Ben Carson's major problem. He's a hyper intelligent brain doctor. And I think he if he would have just brought it down a notch, that's why people thought he was narcissistic, because he was smart. And
No,
I
he's a
don't
narcissist because he lies about everything.
like what?
Shit, let me pull it up.
What did he lie about?
Hold on.
While you
He
pull
he,
that,
he
I'm about to say good night. I have to get up at 3:20 in the morning.
Oh,
It's already 11:40.
yeah. It's 12:40 here. I'm about to go too.
No, you're not. You're gonna stay your black behind
Mm-mm,
right there.
I'm about to roll out too, bro.
Oh, y'all just gonna have a conversation and
You
roll out.
you
You're not gonna ask you a question?
you keep doing these marathons, bro. My body can't.
Mhm.
You should did this
Mm.
2 years ago, bro. I could have rolled with you all night, man. I can't do that no more.
We got to move the time up, right? You got to get in between my nap
Yeah,
time.
you be coming late.
You need to go. You love to do these marathons. You need to get started early when the sun
First
Late
of
is up.
night
all,
marathons.
let me tell you why. Let me tell you why mine go to marathons,
Mhm.
because we go into in-depth conversations real quick. It's not my fault.
Mhm.
I just asked you to ask a question, and you asked a question I didn't think he was going to ask. You said you had another question for Tony when
Oh,
he
now
came
he's
back
trying to
up
get
here.
another 30 minutes. I'm going to sleep, y'all.
One more.
I'm
Don't
going to
leave.
sleep.
You
Mm,
got to be up here for this next question.
One more,
Okay.
please. One more.
And
mm.
it better
This
be
is
the question that I think that we talked about yesterday.
all right. Out of all the serious female that have been in the politics, which one do you think would have made a good president?
She already said it, Maya Angelou.
No, Maya Angelou ain't never ran for no office, man. Come on, bro.
That's what she said. I'm just
Man,
going off.
if Maya Angelou were the president, bro, we'll all be speaking Russian. We'll all be speaking Russian, bro. Come on, man.
Oh my god.
Oh goodness gracious!
So that was a
Of
question for
all,
me or for you knew.
I mean, we can start with you new sheet of female up here.
Go ahead.
I just want to thank y'all for not allowing me to answer the question earlier. Just keep on going.
Yeah, you ain't got to go home, but you got to get up out of here. Good night.
No, seriously, y'all didn't let me answer the question, but y'all
Go
talking about
ahead. Else,
marathons. No,
go
I don't
ahead.
want to answer it now. I'm gonna answer this female question.
No, I mean, you seem to know what question he's talking about that he's not hitting on. Just go ahead and say it. What question do you want asked?
No, do you want me to ask him, Armando?
Man, I honestly don't remember what question I had for him.
It's
You go
about.
ahead and ask him.
Hey,
You ask him.
look at his look at that hat on his monitor right there and ask that question.
Oh, oh, oh.
God, Lee, I've been waiting for you to ask this damn
Okay,
question.
okay. We finna get
Together, Jesse.
real now. We
Together
You
we're
just
finna get
want
built
and
for
hey,
Tony
something.
look,
just want me to get picked
hey,
on.
and
No,
don't
no,
da-
no,
hey,
no.
hey, no damn. You knew. Please don't go nowhere for the please. Even if you had to take your little shot of coffee or some Mountain Dew or something, don't leave for this one. All right,
Oh my God.
it's finna
Go
get
ahead.
real.
It's about to get
Thank
real.
you, thank you, Sniper, for reminding me. Okay, Big Tony. When Mr. Trump came down that elevator in 2015 and announced his candidacy for president, he created a slogan. It was a catchy slogan: "Make America Great Again."
Hmm.
We all know America was now always great for certain demographics of America. So when he says "Make America Great Again," what does that mean?
Hmm.
When was America ever great for all Americans?
Hmm. I mean, I think that's a fair question. I don't think that America has ever been great for all Americans ever. But nor do I think any country has ever been great for all of its citizens in history. Name me one country that has been completely and totally representative of all of its citizens or has allowed for equity for all of its citizens.
I can probably name a few.
Go ahead.
Healthcare for Holland.
Okay. No, no,
That
no, no,
pay
no,
for
no,
their
no, 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 no. That, but
yeah.
that you're talking. That is a single factor analysis. He's
Well, how's that?
saying he just said, when has America ever been great for all of its citizens? That means that every policy that the country pursues or promulgates is completely and totally equitable and positive for every citizen.
I'm not just talking about economics. I'm talking about
Mm.
socially
I know, and
and
so am
and
I.
and and,
So
and
am I.
justice.
Name me
And
one country that has ever had policies that have impacted positively everyone socially.
I just said it.
Name me
Holland,
one.
Switzerland.
I, but
I
what
did.
I'm saying
We
is, but the thing is,
Wait a
the
minute.
narrative
Switzerland
is
is not America. Stop
no.
yes,
it.
but Switzerland, Switzerland is a good answer. That's a damn good answer. He
Yeah,
got you on
well,
that, Big Tony.
But
no, I
it's
don't think
He
he.
not a
got you on that
No,
U.S.
one. He
Switzerland.
got
No,
he
he
got you
doesn't.
on that one, man.
It's
Switzerland's
not a U.S.
Switzerland's overall effective tax rate is somewhere on the order of 40 something percent that even the Swiss do not particularly like. People like to call them a socialist country. Even the leaders of Switzerland have come back and struck back against Americans for saying such a thing. They are not a socialist country. They are a capitalist country with large social programs. So they
But
even the Swiss have problems with how economics are run in their own country. Switzerland in the past 5 to 10 years has swung more to the right on some of their economic policies than they have ever in the past, I want to say almost 20 years. So there are no governments. Go ahead.
You dancing around the question.
No, I'm not. I'm not
See,
dancing. What I'm saying is,
every time I ask a
you.
MAGA
No, no, no,
person
no,
this
no.
question, they go to economics. I'm not talking about
No, no, I
economics.
didn't go to economics. You did. I simply said you went to economics by bringing Switzerland into the
No,
into the
but
discussion.
that was
I'm
after.
simply,
That was afterwards. What
I'm
I'm trying.
simply. Go ahead.
What I'm trying to. What I'm saying is the slogan is let's make America great again.
Okay, so here's my answer to that
Let's
question.
make it.
Then here's
When
my answer to
was
that
it
question.
ever great?
His
When was it ever
what
great?
he meant by that was there was a
Mhm.
time in America where Americans, despite the fact that our system is imperfect and that our country is imperfect, just like all other countries, there was a time in America, well, despite the fact that America is not perfect and that not everybody had a great experience here, they at least thought that there was some value in being American. There was some value in our culture. There was some value in our shared history, in our shared culture, and our shared values. And that was beginning to be eroded by the idea that America is nothing but a racist, an inherently racist and evil system. And the introduction of his idea to make America great again was a call for everybody, for all Americans, to come back to the idea that despite the fact that we all have differences, we all have disparities in this country, that we should still believe in the idea that we are all, as Americans, are trying to do the right thing and better our society. That's my answer.
I mean, that sounds good, but
But that's my
majority of them
answer.
people, that's your answer. But
That
that's
is my
not the
answer.
answer of the.
You asked me,
Yeah, that's your answer. But
and
what
that
I'm
yes.
saying, but you know, and I know, and everybody else up here knows that majority of them people that was at them rallies, they were not talking about what you were talking about. They were
How do we
talking
know that?
about. Come on, come on,
How do we know that? Because I've been
come
to those.
on, man, come on.
I've been to a rally before. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm not talking about you. You different. I'm talking about most of the other people that were at those rallies.
Have you ever been to those rallies before?
I ain't never been to
Because
them, but I know what.
most of the people that I was there with thought the same thing that I did. So here's the thing.
So
I don't see
let's
how you can hold on. And this is very
okay. Go
important because
ahead.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
see how
Go ahead.
I don't see how you can attribute motivations to individuals who you never met before at rallies that you never been to before. I don't think that's fair.
Yeah,
I
but
would not. I
do
wouldn't do
also.
such a thing. I wouldn't do such a thing to somebody at another rally with another slogan. I would not say that those individuals. You're hinting at the idea that the people who believe in that slogan are in exactly what we're talking about. Are inherently racist. Are don't care about America. Don't care about Black people, and only care about being rich and being white. And I
So
think
let
that
me ask.
that's
So let me ask you a question. Then, why were a lot of those people at those rallies with Confederate flags and Confederate T-shirts on? All right.
They were there
Why the
because
people that were?
they were there. I'll tell you. You just asked a question. I'll tell you why they were there with
I wasn't
Confederate
done,
flags.
but go
I can
ahead.
tell.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well,
Go ahead.
I'll let you finish. I apologize. Go ahead.
All right. So let's see. That's the thing about the MAGA supporters. Y'all want to pretend like them
This is the
racist
thing about
folks
this is
were
the thing
not
about
supporting.
people who want to try to make us a
Hold
monolith
on,
because
hold
you're a
on,
MAGA
hold,
supporter.
hold
But you're
on,
making
hold on,
broad
hold on, hold on,
generalizations.
hold on,
We're gonna go
hold
on
on.
this one.
I don't like neither party. I don't like neither party.
But that does
But
not give you
let's not
doesn't give you the
hold,
right
hold,
to attribute to
I think hold,
individuals
hold up, but let's not pretend.
motivations.
Hold up, let's not pretend like man that you didn't see them white nationalists supporting Trump. Come on, man.
So
Don't sit up here and
So
pretend
hold on
like
a
you
second.
did
So
not
hold on a second.
see those
So you
white
mean to tell me that
nationalists
you're going to judge?
supporting
Okay.
Trump.
So then you mean to tell me that you're going to judge an entire party or group of people by the people on its fringes? Because let me
Nope.
tell you something, man. I can tell you right now, there are people in the Democrat Party. I see some people in the Democrat Party who ain't never met a terrorist organization that they don't like. I'm going to sit here and tell you then that everybody who supports the Democrat Party, a Rashida Tlaib or an Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez or right? So don't we can't play that game. We can't play that game. I'm not going to sit here and let you label people who support MAGA and judge us by our worst actors. Just like I would never sit there and judge people who support the Democrat Party based on theirs. It's absolute bullshit and it's ignorant. We can't do that.
But if we want to talk about
me,
but if we want to talk about terrorists, last time I checked, Klans have murdered more Americans than the Taliban and Al Qaeda.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Excuse me?
Over the last 200 years, you mean to tell me that you think the Al Qaeda body count is more than the Klan body count? Over the last 200 years?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, first of all, those comparisons are that's a completely
that's a terrorist group.
It's an inept.
They get a pass.
It's an inept comparison. It's a completely inept comparison, and I'll tell you why.
They've been given a pass for over 100 years, but that's
a completely inept comparison. The reason it's inept is because there was no. First of all, the Klan existed 200 years ago. Yes.
They still exist today.
ISIS and the Taliban did not exist 200 years ago. They existed under a different name. Have you ever heard of the Barbary Pirates? Those individuals who were Muslim and were moving across and purchasing, conquering, buying, selling black people and moving them to the United States. A major part of the reason that we had slavery in America. A lot of those were Muslims and Africans, by the way, brother. They were there. So let's go ahead and count them as Taliban. You don't think that those individuals had anything to do with the death of blacks and Americans? I mean, for God's sakes, it's in the Marine Corps song. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. Where's that at? The United States Navy was created to fight Barbary piratism, which was run by Africans and Muslims at the time that was occurring, that slavery was occurring in that nation. So much so that even the British put together their navy and worked in concert with the Americans to eliminate them. Don't tell me that a bunch of bubba fucking white boys from Alabama strung up more black men than Muslims have been able to kill in more than 200 years.
Roll Tide.
Oh, you see, I done woke up in this talking about Roll Tide.
Hey, first of all, it's not Alabama. It's Cumming, Georgia, where the Klan was started.
I think that is an outlandish.
You trying to attach? You trying to attach Al Qaeda to some damn freaking pirates from 1600s?
Sir,
is like me.
There's no way that you're going to be able to make a comparison about an organization that existed 200 years ago to an organization that has only existed for 40 years. Al Qaeda has only existed for about 40 years.
Hold up. If you're going to do that, then attach the damn Klan to the Vikings.
Attach the Klan to the Vikings?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Them folks that came from Europe with that mess.
What the hell is you
talking about? Over here.
Vikings were killing white people way before they were killing black people. Vikings have been killing white people for years before. Thousands of years before they were killing black people.
Over here and stole the fucking land from the damn Indians, bro. That ain't terrorism.
I love you.
That ain't terrorism, huh?
No, listen.
Love you, sis.
That ain't terrorism, huh, bro?
What Columbus did wasn't terrorism. No, what Columbus did wasn't terrorism. First of all, Columbus. You are literally no. Hold on. You are arguing completely irrationally right now by mixing groups of people. But you are arguing completely irrationally by opening up boxes of people who committed crimes against people to support your claim that has already been debunked.
It never happened.
I'm not saying it never happened. I'm not saying it never happened. What I'm saying is you are starting to open up boxes of evil that occurred to support your theory that is completely unsubstantiated.
You want to sweep under the rug what the Klan did, bro.
I'm not sweeping under the rug what the Klan did.
Got attacked by the damn Klan.
I'm not.
Man, you talking
I am
about,
not
bro?
sweeping under the rug what the Klan has done.
Man, I ain't
I
even
am
gonna have
simply.
this discussion, bro. Come on, man.
Okay, so hold
You
on.
trying to move the goalposts, bro?
I am not shifting the goalpost.
Man,
You're shifting the
Let's
goalpost.
talk about sports.
You're
man.
shifting the
Oh, man,
goalpost
no, man,
by
you ain't finna-
comparing
man, you ain't
two.
finna move the
But you're
goalposts.
shifting the
Talking about-
goalpost by
talking about the
comparing two
Klan.
organizations
Bro, you
that
trying to-
existed in
you
two
trying-
completely
bro, you
separate
trying to
times in
validate what
history
the Klan
and
did,
saying
man.
that
Come
their
on, bro.
that their
You
evils are
trying to
equal,
validate
and they're
what
not.
the Klan did. Come on, man.
This
Are
is
you
this is
serious?
no. This is
Are
classic.
you serious?
This is classic. This is classic.
Are
This is
you
classic
serious?
from a no.
Are
This
you
is classic.
serious?
When
You
the
wanna
way that
really
you're
sit here
arguing
and
right
act
now
like-
is
you wanna
classic
really
of an
sit here and act
individual
like it wasn't
who
no
does
white
not have a
nationalism.
complete and total understanding of
You wanna
historical
sit here
evils and
act
trying
like it
to
wasn't no
equate
white
them
nationalists
and
at that
put
man's
them all
rally.
on one group of people.
You
And what I'm
wanna-
telling you is that what the
seriously
Klan
wanna
did
act
was
like it wasn't no
evil.
white nationalists at that man
Okay,
rally. Man,
listen.
come on, bro.
We cannot.
on.
Hey, listen.
I'm
We
behaving
cannot.
far
Hey,
more
stop, stop,
rationally in
stop,
this
stop, stop,
discussion
stop,
than you
stop,
are.
stop, stop,
Come on,
stop, stop. Hey, you cannot hear each other's points if you're trying to talk over each other. Okay, I understand this. This is it's a touchy subject, but
Yes.
you got to. Hey, listen. If I have to give you 2 minutes apiece to get your point across, I'm gonna have to
He-
break it down like that.
He can't,
Just
he can't give me no straight answer, bro. And he not gonna give me no straight answer.
I've been giving
He
you
gonna
straight
dance
answers,
around
but
the
you talk
question,
about
bro.
me
So
shifting the
don't worry about it, man. You can't give me no straight answer because you're not gonna give me a straight answer.
I'm giving you a straight answer, and what I'm saying
People
is
at
to your
that
question
rally,
about
with them people back there in the rally when they say "Make America Great Again," bro, they
he's
talking about Jim
introducing
Crow years.
500
That's what they
different
talking
variables
about.
to one question.
They talk about Jim
His
Crow
original
years.
question was,
You know it, and I know
his
it.
original question was, did the Klan kill as many people as Al Qaeda? And what I'm saying is that there's
And
absolutely
you
no
trying
way.
to attach Al Qaeda to some pirates, bro. To some Somalia
It's
pirates
the
or
same
wherever
thing as
you
what you're
talking about.
doing. You literally just
Man,
tried
come
to
on.
attach the Klan to the Vikings. It makes just as much sense. It makes just as much sense.
Those people that came
What I'm
from
saying is your question is not even, there's no logical answer that can be given to an illogical question. Your illogical question is, can I attribute as many deaths to one group of people who existed during this period of time during this period of time to a group of people who existed during this period of time? Your question makes no sense. If we want to have a real discussion
So
about
if I
this,
ask
we
you-
need to compare
you can't,
apples
bro,
to oranges, Mondo.
The question makes sense. You just can't give a straight answer.
No. The
It's a
question
simple
makes sense. It's
question.
just you want a particular answer, and you want me to
does
say
that slogan mean?
no.
What does
You
the damn
want a
slogan
particular
mean?
answer,
Make
and what you
America
want me
great
to
again.
say,
When
what you want me to
was-
say is
when
that
was
the
this
people who
country great?
represent MAGA are racist. That's what you want me to say.
No, I did not
you,
say that.
You want me to
I
say
didn't say that.
the only thing
I
that
didn't say
means
that. You said
is that a
I
red
didn't
hat
say that. You
and
said
MAGA
that. Hit
means
dog,
the
holler
same
loud.
thing
I didn't say
that the
it.
Ku Klux Klan
You
means.
said it.
You want me to say
I
that this
didn't say it,
organization means
bro.
the same thing that murdered hundreds
I
and
didn't
thousands
say
of
it,
black
bro.
people. That's what
I
you
didn't
want
say
to.
that.
That's what
You
you want
said
to
it,
hear.
bro.
That's what you
I
want to
didn't
hear.
say it. You said it.
All you want is that
I didn't say it.
It
You
doesn't
said
matter
it,
what
bro.
exists on this
Hit
side of the
dog, holler
equation.
loud, man.
Doesn't matter what exists on
You
this side of the equation. You
subliminally
want
answering the
what
question.
exists on the right side
You
of the equation
subliminally
to be
answering the
racism.
question, bro. You subliminally answering the question.
No, I'm not subliminally
I
answering
didn't
the
put
question.
words in your mouth.
I'm not subliminally answering the question. I am
Hey.
exposing what you are implying.
You ain't exposing the damn
I'm
thing, bro. I just
exposing what
asked
you're
you a
implying.
question. You still ain't gave me no straight answer.
I told you the straight answer is it's a bullshit question.
No, bro, you start talking about economics and you start talking about economics, man, doing them little mind games.
You cannot
man,
compare. You
can't
cannot
give a
compare
straight answer.
what a
None of
completely
y'all can give a
separate
straight
cultural
answer.
group of
Because
people
you don't want to say out
did in
loud
this
what it
period
really
of time
means, bro.
to what a
I
completely
understand,
separate
man.
cultural group of people did during this period of time. That's what I'm saying. I'm willing to see. How about this? I'm willing to stipulate that all of these individuals, that any individual who supports MAGA, I'm willing to stipulate that any individual who supports MAGA is racist, okay, against
I never
every
said
group
that.
of people.
I didn't say. I
Then what are
never
you
said
saying?
that, man.
Then what are you saying?
I just asked
What was
you.
your
I
original
just asked
question?
you a
What was your
simple-
original question? What was your original
I just
question?
asked you
Your
a
original
simple
question
man.
was. Your
I
original
asked
question
you a simple
was.
question.
Your original question was. Has the KKK killed as many people as Al Qaeda? That was your original question, was it not?
That was one of my questions. When you started going off in left field talking about the economy and all of that, economics and all of that.
No. I gave you a straightforward answer, and you asked me, and I gave you my answer, and you didn't like it.
Big, you know why? You know why I
Because it
call
was a,
BS?
I know why, because it was a clear, cogent, and
Calm down, man.
coherent answer.
Calm down. Calm down. The reason why I call BS, because you just 40 minutes ago just sat here and eloquently told us how great the economy was back when Bill Clinton was president, right? So there was a period
I didn't
of
say
time.
it was great. I said I didn't say it was great. I said that was the only time in American history, in my lifetime, that the national deficit reduced.
You could have just said, well, we just, make America great again. America was great during the 90s. If you want to go with that.
But America wasn't great during the 90s. I'm not going to lie about that. It wasn't perfect. When you say great, okay, maybe that's the primary disagreement. The fundamental disagreement is, what do you mean by great? What do you mean by great?
It never was great in my book.
Okay, and that's the problem. And that's exactly the problem. See, exactly. So it doesn't matter what answer I give. That's going to be your answer. If your answer is America was never great,
but I asked you.
Then you.
I asked you. I already knew how I felt about the answer. I just asked you.
So you think America was never great?
It's a great place to live. I love my country,
No. You can't say that. You can't say that. You can't say it's a great place to live because America was never great. You contradicting yourself. How the hell are you going to say America's a great place to live when it was never great?
Let me ask you a question. Hold up, man. Number one, man, you contradicting yourself.
No,
because what state? Let me ask you a question, man. Let me just tell you how ridiculous you sound. What state do you live in?
Virginia.
Do you think Virginia is a great state?
I do think Virginia is a great state.
You think Virginia is a great state? You think Virginia's the greatest state in America?
I don't think Virginia is the greatest state in America. No.
Okay. All right then. So, but you're not, whatever state you have in mind that's greater than Virginia, you're not going to leave Virginia to go to that other state. You're going to stay there, live there.
I'm comfortable where I am.
It's comfortable. It's tolerable. It ain't terrible. You dealing with it.
Aren't we all?
All right then.
I mean, again, back to my original pushback on that was name me a place in the fucking world that's perfect.
Hold up. I say that to say this. I say, yeah, but a lot of y'all try to make it seem like this country is perfect, and then it's not.
Stop saying y'all.
Just because.
First of all,
stop saying y'all. Hold up. Because
you're associating me with some sort of monolith that you're creating that's false.
Hold up. Anytime someone gives a valid critique of this country, a certain group of people will say, well, this is America. Love it or leave it. And that's
not one of those people, Mondo. I'm not one of those people.
A lot of my people fought for this damn country. They helped build this damn country.
Now, when you say my people, you mean black people, right?
I'm talking about people in my family. Williams. People in my bloodline.
Black people.
They fought wars for this country.
That's right. Why did they do that?
Because they love their country, just like I
That's
love
right.
the country.
And why? Because despite its imperfections, they wanted what?
That don't mean
because despite its imperfections, they wanted what? They wanted it to be great. Greatness and perfection, first of all, they're two completely different things. But greatness is something to strive for. And that's why they fought and that's why they died. And for you to sit here and say that this country was never great, shits on their memory.
No, it doesn't. That's your opinion.
That is my opinion.
That's your opinion. I mean, I don't live in La La Land. I don't think it's great for us to be the richest fucking country in the world, and you got homeless people all over the damn street.
That's right.
And your brother was just. And
again,
your brother.
Name me a country that doesn't have.
How you gonna call a country great when your little brother was just.
I'll tell you how.
Hold up. Let me finish. Let me land the plane. How you gonna call something great when you got freaking 17-year-olds making millions of dollars and you got law enforcement and firemen struggling, living paycheck to paycheck? What the hell is great about that?
I'll tell you what's great about it.
I'll wait.
I'll tell you what's great about it. is that
Mic drop.
despite, I'll tell you what's great about that is that despite the disparities and despite the problems that this country has, just like every other country, there are people breaking into it, not breaking out of it.
Huh?
What don't you understand about that?
What
don't you understand about people fleeing their country, climbing walls, sailing seas, walking over land to break into this country and not to break out of it?
You got greedy corporations putting millions of dollars in the hands of 17 and 18-year-old kids that don't need that kind of money.
It's not
and you
perfect.
you got police officers out here getting underpaid. You got firemen out here getting damn underpaid. And you got school teachers out here getting damn underpaid.
That's right.
What's great about that, sir?
And I agree with you.
What's great about that?
It's not perfect.
What's great about that?
But it is great. It is great because it allows for the opportunity for those people in other countries to come here and make something of themselves. America has one of the highest levels of income mobility than any other country in the world, and that is a fact. This country runs the world. The destabilization of this country means the destabilization of the world. You cannot deny that. Every time the US dollar drops, every other dollar in every other country drops with it. Fact. This is the greatest country of the other 92 fucking countries that exist on this world. Is America perfect? No. Not even fucking close, but it is by far the benchmark of how countries should run and operate in the world. Fact.
Not when you got people sleeping outside of Walmart right now. Not when you got
there are
veterans
people sleeping outside in the fucking desert in other countries.
Not when you got veterans being treated like shit.
I agree with you, but that doesn't mean that it's not great. It just means it's not perfect. Go. Hey, do you know in Africa where they have, and this is legitimate, in Niger, their veterans, you know what they do with their veterans? If they even live or survive? Nothing. Not a thing. There's no support system for any one of those members in their militaries that fight in their wars at all. Have you ever been to another country? Have you ever seen another country in warfare? Have you ever seen what the atrocities and the hard living in those other countries? There is absolutely no way you can sit here and tell me that this country is a piece of shit without going to another country and seeing how those people live.
I didn't say this country's a piece.
You think it's a problem that people live?
That's what y'all do when someone brings up a y'all. That's when someone brings up a limited.
You have a limited view, a limited worldview because you've had no exposure to what is happening in the other parts of the world.
Hold up, when someone gives a valid critique of this country. Y'all have that mentality.
And this is what people like you do. This is what people like you do. When I have a valid critique of your opinion of the United States, you sit here and say that our critique isn't valid.
Without my patriotism being questioned.
I'm not questioning your patriotism. I didn't question your patriotism.
Yes, you did.
I did not. I simply said, no, I didn't question your patriotism. I questioned your worldview. I didn't question your patriotism. I questioned your worldview.
You have yours.
Your limited worldview.
This country walks on water. I beg to differ.
I didn't say it walks on water. I said consistently that it's not perfect.
I beg to differ.
I said the only person to walk on water is Jesus Christ. And he's the only person who can do it because he's the only person who's perfect. I've said multiple times that this country is imperfect. So don't sit there and tell me that I said America is perfect because I haven't. You're mischaracterizing what I'm saying. I've been treating you very fairly in this exchange.
It is not great either.
And you continue to degrade and put words in my mouth.
It is not great either, bro.
It is great.
It's not.
It is great. It is great.
It's a good country. It's a good country. I wouldn't trade it for nothing else.
I'll tell you right now, if you don't.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you. Ain't no country on this planet great. Every country has its flaws. Ain't no damn country. It ain't no place on this fucking
What other countries have you lived in to make that kind of statement?
No place
what
on
other
this
countries
damn
have you
earth
lived in to make that kind of statement?
Ain't no country on this earth
What
great.
other countries
You
have you
got
lived
to
in
be
to make that
gullible
statement?
to think that any country on this planet is great.
What other
No
countries
country
have
on
you
this
lived
planet
in
is
to make
great.
that statement?
It's nice. It's nice, but
What
it ain't
other
great.
countries, Mondo? Now you're not answering my question. What other countries have you lived in to make that statement?
That what they got to do with anything?
Well, I mean, you're making a very simple comparison and saying that America's not great compared to any other country in the United States. I'd like to know what other countries
I'm
you had
saying
experience
no
with living
country.
in to
I'm
make that
saying no
statement.
country. I'm saying no country on this planet is great. From my research, I
What
know I've
other
never been to
country?
no other country, but from my
Generally, to
research,
make
from
okay,
my
so generally to
research,
make a
when it
statement
comes
like that, you'd have to have a comparison. You'd
when
have
it
to
comes to
live someplace in one area and then
no, you
make that
don't.
comparison to a country in
You
another,
can
or
research. You can
lived in all
research.
the countries to make that statement. What other
No, you
countries have
don't.
you lived in to make that
Have you
statement?
lived? Okay, so have you lived in all 51 states, Tony?
I've not lived in
You
all
just made
51
a
states,
ridiculous. No. Let's go there. So you done lived in all 50
but I've lived
damn
in this
states.
country.
You done lived in Hawaii. You done lived in Washington. You
Hawaii's
done
not.
lived in California. You done lived in Oregon. You done lived in every state in the
I've lived
damn
in this
country.
country that is ruled by the
So
Constitution of the United
no
States. So I have lived in this country. We're not
So
talking
you
about
just
states.
asked me.
We're talking about
You
countries.
just
You're
so if
shifting
you
the
go
goalpost
so
now from country to
no
states.
no. You just saying I had to live in other countries in order to
make a
that
comparison
judgment.
to the
So
greatness
for
of
you
this
to
country, I would
say,
think you would have to
for
live
you
in
to
another
say,
country to make a comparison
for
about its
you to
greatness.
say, for you to say this country is great, you ain't been to you ain't lived in every damn state in this country, have you?
Oh my God.
Have you lived in every state in this country?
Absolutely
No,
not.
you
But I've
all
lived in
right
this
then. So
country
how
that is
the hell?
governed by the
How do
same
you hell do you know?
Constitution.
Have you ever lived in Alabama? Have you ever lived in the state of
Yes, I
Alabama?
have lived in Alabama. I've lived
Have
in
you ever lived?
Alabama. I've lived in Florida. I've lived in Virginia. I've lived in Massachusetts. I've lived in New York.
So you
I've
lived
lived in
all
Texas.
50
I've lived in
states. You
California.
lived in all 50 states. I'm talking
No,
about
but
living. I ain't talking about. I ain't talking about
but
states in
I
there
can
for a
guarantee you
couple of
I've lived in
months.
more
I'm
states
talking
than you
about
do, and I
living
have a
there.
better understanding about. I've lived in more states than you have, and I have a better understanding of the state of this country than you do. You want to go there?
Oh wow. Okay.
Mic drop.
Okay. So if you was in the military, you know more about this country than I do.
I'm just saying, like I said, I've been very respectful during this conversation, and I feel like I've been a lot more,
too.
and I feel like I've been a lot more
You
fair.
couldn't give a straight answer. You couldn't give a straight answer,
I've
bro.
given you
You
nothing
couldn't give
but
a
straight
straight
answers.
answer.
You just don't like them. I've given you plenty of straight answers. You just don't like them because you have this idea that America is shit.
I didn't say that. You putting words in my mouth.
You're right.
If that
Just
makes
like
you
you've
feel
been putting
good,
words
you
in
go
my mouth
right
this whole
ahead, man.
conversation.
If that makes you feel good, you go right ahead.
But you've
man.
been putting words in my
That
mouth
makes
this
you
whole
feel good, you
conversation.
go right ahead.
I'm going to sleep.
That makes you feel good, you go right ahead, bro.
Good
That's what
night.
y'all mad folks
It
do.
doesn't make me feel good. I think
Question
that
somebody's
turnabout is
patriotism.
fair play.
You question
And that's the
somebody's
one time that I
patriotism,
did it. That's the one
I
time that
never
I did it.
I never said this country was shit. I just said it wasn't great.
Right.
That's my
But
opinion. My personal experience.
And my question to you is, and this is a genuine question,
not great.
if you
Because,
personally,
Do I have
because
to
if
get
you
my
want to get
whistle?
real about it, if you
Do
want to
I
get real
have to
about
get a
it,
whistle? Hello?
your experience and my experience when it comes to the damn justice system is two totally different things, bro. You don't
Really?
get treated the same way I do in the damn justice system.
How many times have you been to
You
jail
don't
and how
get
many nights
treated
have you
the same.
spent in
You
jail?
don't get racially profiled like I
How many
do.
times have you been to jail?
The fuck up out of here with
My
that
name
shit,
is
bro.
Antonio Santiago, boy.
You don't get racially profiled like I do.
Don't pull the race card on me, bro. Hold
I
the
ain't
fuck
pulling
up.
no damn
That's
race
unfair.
card, but
No,
don't
that just you just did.
Hello?
That's enough. That's enough.
That is enough right there. That is
enough.
totally going too far. Cut it.
Because
please.
you pulled the race card on me,
No.
bro.
Hold on.
That's enough.
Y'all,
Please,
let's
that's
change the
enough.
subject. This is getting too heated. And I don't like
you know what? It is heated. But you know, I want to tell you something right now.
Wait.
I respect him and I love this. I like that we can disagree. And I completely understand where he's coming from. I'm not saying
You will never understand where I come from, brother. You won't.
Okay,
With all due respect, you will never understand
that's
Hold
enough.
where
on,
I come
hold
from.
on.
I don't bite my tongue,
So,
bro. I don't bite my
okay, we
tongue.
know that.
You will never understand
Hold on a
where
second.
I come from, bro. You
Hello.
pretend like you do, but you won't.
Hello.
Keep it real.
I'm about to mute y'all.
Hello.
Stop it. Go ahead.
Hello. I was writing in the chat to like kind of cool it down. This is friendly conversation.
That ain't
but
the subject. Cause folks ain't gonna be honest. They ain't gonna keep it real. That ain't the subject. Keep it sports.
Hello. Can we finish? Can I finish?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You better be glad I can't reach through this monitor. I'll choke you, bro. So
I
what
don't
I
bite my tongue when it comes to shit like that.
okay. Can I
Don't put
finish?
words in my mouth.
Hello.
No,
Oh, Lord have
Can
go
you
mercy.
take
ahead.
a woo side? Can you take a woo side? Can you
Go
do a
ahead.
woo
I'm cool.
side?
I'm cool.
Go ahead
Okay,
together.
let's change the subject for now because
No, we're
I
going.
think.
I am going
But
to bed. I can't
Well,
take
take
anymore.
your butt to
what
sleep then.
Yeah, you don't
what
want
I
you guys
think.
are the ones keep
Can
telling me
I
to
finish?
stay up here. Go ahead.
What I'm listening to, and I'm listening to both of you guys. What I'm hearing is both of you guys are giving the answer that is being required, that is asked for. But for some reason, there's a block where you're not receiving that answer. Not everybody on both ends is going to say what you want them to say. I mean, there's a specific words that people might be looking for that's not being spoken. You're not going to always get that. So I've heard multiple times, him saying that he has not lived in all 50 states. And I've heard what you were saying too, Mondo. So I'm listening to both of you guys, but I don't think you guys are giving it a break to like listen totally 100% to one another because, you know, that male testosterone is something else. You're not hearing everything. He's not hearing everything. So it's not like both of you guys are right on both ends. Both of you guys are right. I mean, you have your opinion, he has his opinion. You have your views, he have his views. To him, America may be the greatest country on this earth. To you, America may be tolerable. So you can't speak for someone else's point of view and how they feel and what they feel. And this is all I'm trying to say is both of you guys are saying exactly how you feel, but we cannot expect for people to say exactly what we want. He never said that America was a piece of crap. He was saying that it was tolerable. It's better than being in other places. And I've heard some of the same comments where if you don't like America, pack up and bounce out. Where am I go? This is where I'm from. This is what I'm accustomed to.
And I would never tell
I'm
him
not
that.
saying you said no. I'm not saying
Yeah,
you said that. I'm agreeing with him saying that as a black woman, I've heard those comments as well multiple
sure.
times.
I've heard that
But
myself as a Puerto Rican man. Get your green card and get out of here. I've heard
I
that.
was look. I was quick to say that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm just being so honest. I need to stop.
So I
But
mean, like
also,
to say that I haven't experienced such a thing is not true.
right, the Confederate flag. I did some history. Did you know that black people owned the Confederate flag before the white supremacists took it over?
Yes, ma'am.
Did, yeah. So I do a lot of deep research and a lot of deep diving because I want to know, and I go to different channels just to like stretch my mind so I can learn different things. I learned a lot of stuff about the state that I live in, and it blew my mind. I didn't know until I went on this history channel and learned that our city that we lived in was one of the first cities in California to have slavery.
Hmm.
And I was like, what? So I did my
Yeah.
research and I found out. So the stuff that you guys are talking about, I'm definitely going to go back over this video and I'm going to research everything. And we don't call Mondo the receipt king for no reason.
Yeah, and I also same. I did some research. Actually, it was one of the things I wanted to talk to Mondo about before because I think or during the debate that I went to for the senatorial debate in Virginia, one of the questions was about reparations. And to be fair, I don't know a whole lot about that, so I was doing my own research and I actually came across a paper that was written at the University of Massachusetts by a young African man, Michael O. Magbag Om, I think his name was, and he did a research paper which I did not expect to come across, which was it was called Black Masters: the History of African American ownership of slaves between 1860 and 1870, 1860 and I'm sorry, 1760 and 1871. I didn't expect to find that, and I was trying to figure out how that you know. fell into the discussion and was a part of the calculus of reparations, because I think that that's obviously an important topic. It keeps coming up, and I think that's important. I also learned that 2 other times in history, the United States actually has served reparations. Once to the Lakota Sioux for land and money for lands and travesties that happened to them, and another time during the internment of the Japanese here in the United States. And these are all those are topics that I'm willing to discuss and talk about and learn about. Um, but and it is important not to uh, infer or give opinions to other people that they're not claiming for themselves when having these types of discussions. I agree with you, and that was less of a debate and more of a heated exchange. But at the same time, I think that those heated exchanges are just as valuable, as at the same time they can be detrimental and degrading. But you do get certain topics and ideas out, and I think that like you said, you'll go over this and maybe even be ashamed of parts of the discussion, but it's important to have open exchange. Like, this is what we can do in America that you can't do other places, and I think that that's part of why this is an amazing place.
Yeah, I do understand. Like, just for your some information for you, um, when people of different cultures say they understand how we feel or what we've been through, um, depending on the era in which we came from, we feel like you'll never know what we've been through, just like we'll never know what you've been through. So when you say that, just be a little bit mindful, depending on the era of the person that you're referring to, especially if it's a I'll just say we're indigenous people of this land, especially as an indigenous person from this land. You got to be careful. Like, and I know you didn't mean no harm, but when we hear things like that, that's almost like an insult telling us, "Oh, just stop crying," And I'm not saying that you said it, but
Yeah,
it's almost like
that,
an equivalent
yeah,
to
that's
it.
not at all what I said, and but that door does swing both ways, doesn't it?
Oh, it does. It absolutely does. But you got to think about it depending, like he said, his family actually helped build this land. So, there's some real strong emotions attached to a lot of stuff that's being said, done, and bought out. And I'm not like taking sides, but I understand because my family, I recently found out a few years ago that my family was indigenous to this land. They were free, and a white slave owner sent some people out to capture some slaves, and it ended up being my family. So
Mhm.
I'm a descendant of
Yeah.
slavery, and so I get
And I'm
kind of
completely sympathetic to that as well. I mean, my wife is a card carrying member of the Wampanoag Native American tribe in the United States, so I completely understand that, and I don't think that there's anything more native than a Native American, and I understand that, and and
right.
and I understand also too the atrocities that Black people went through in this country to literally build it. I'm not unsympathetic or understanding or even loving of that.
Right.
And I just think that we that's what I'm saying. I think that it was the initial question was a loaded one. It wasn't
Yeah.
and that's my problem with it. I want to speak because these topics are so delicate and because there's so much history involved in them. I think that it's really important to be specific and really articulate what we're talking about when we ask even general questions.
Question. Yeah. I was gonna tell you also. I am also a MAGA supporter, but I try to let people know I'm not that radical person that some of the other people. Just like you got radical
Norm,
in
I grew up a Democrat.
right, but you got radical. I grew up Democrat too. I did too. I grew up Democrat, And so my journey was to prove when they said Donald Trump was our president, let me tell you something. Where the hell I'm gonna go? I'm talking about I'm packing up, moving to Canada, because I and I wanted to prove to everybody that he was this horrible racist. And I had stacks of notebooks and papers and printouts, and I woke up. I had some of the ink to my face because I had drooled and sweated in my sleep. It was it was horrible, and I found out he's not a racist. He just talks shit. He just say whatever he want to say, whatever's on his head, and some stuff that's on his head, he need to shut the hell up, and he need to sit back, and he need to learn how to close his mouth. Because it makes us look bad, like we're cuckoo for cocoa puffs too. I am, but I don't want nobody else to know it. But I'm just saying, like, I'm not that radical person. I can sit here with a Democratic person and have a decent conversation with them. But I've noticed myself that, and I'm not saying all Democrats, and don't get me wrong, but the majority of ones that I've run into, when I tell them I like Donald Trump, they ask me a question, I answer it, and then I tell them why. They start yelling at me. I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. What are you yelling at me for? I didn't even say anything. You told me why you like Miss Harris, which I'm going to respect her, and I told you why I disagree with her. Now you're calling me stupid, ignorant, uninformed, a big dummy, and I'm like, okay, you
I
know
agree.
what?
I, I'll even
You can
I'll even
have
call
no,
her
not
Kamala.
all of them,
I'll
not
call her
all of them.
Kamala. I'll call her whatever you want me to call her. I don't want to disrespect the woman. I mean, she obviously did some things to get to the position she's at. I may not disagree with them, but the fact of the matter is, she is where she is, and that's why we're talking about her.
Right, but I'm not like me. Like another Democrat had to like come to my rescue, like because I was ready to take my drink and my car key and carve a couple letters in somebody's backside. Don't come at me like that. I came to you with respect. You respect me. I'm never gonna disrespect you. If I happen to disrespect you and I don't know it and you don't tell me, it's not on me. If I did something
Yeah.
and you tell me, I'm going to apologize. I have no pride. I don't care, you
Hmm.
know. But
Yeah.
Okay. I want to say good night
yeah.
to everybody. I don't want to
Well,
put
Good
go.
anybody
night,
on.
you knew.
You make me mad.
Good night,
Go. I
Good
everybody.
had
night,
see.
you.
That's what I get for coming in late.
You be quiet. Good
You
night.
was supposed to be gone 45 minutes ago, and you said,
Hours.
I'm going to sleep.
I know,
I'm
right?
going to sleep. I'm going to sleep. You like that little kid that's like, I'm going to go lay
Armando,
down, and still sitting right next to me, and just sitting there and up
Hirsch,
under my arm trying to watch the TV.
Hirsch. Armando told me to stay up here. You be
He
quiet.
sure did.
Say
Yeah.
Nan,
good
You
nan,
night.
nan.
did. You did. You
I,
did.
You
I
a
just want to say,
you a grown woman. You could have.
I,
You said, you know
You
what,
ain't got to
Armando?
go
I'm going
home.
to bed.
Don't be a hater. Don't be a
You ain't
hater
got to
all
go
your
home,
life.
but you got to get up out of here. Good night. See ya.
Buenas noches.
Well, I'm gonna say it a
hey,
different way when I leave.
hey, I just want to say something real quick. Okay,
What's
remember,
up?
remember, Sniper, you asked me why I would never consider running for office, and I told you the reason why, because a lot of those politicians, they sell their souls to get the.
Yeah.
And you
I
wouldn't.
mean, so I mean, all of this about Kamala did this to get to the Kamala did that. Show me a damn politician that
Right.
didn't
Exactly.
sell themselves out of
Yes.
sell they. So I mean,
Yes.
they all do
That's
it.
true.
Okay, so
And
let's
you're a
not. I
man of
mean, come on.
principle, and you could never see yourself doing such a thing.
Oh hell
And the
no.
way that you argue is evident to that, and that's why I hold you in higher regard than even a person that anybody that we have in office right now, because most of them are empty suits and would not sit on a debate stage or even like we just did on camera and have those discussions. They wouldn't do it. They simply wouldn't do it because
Hmm.
most of them don't have the principles and the values to sit down and have the discussion the way that you did.
Yeah.
Well, one
Sniper.
You
thing for
see,
sure,
King.
whoever wins, they're gonna have some problems on their hand because this Iran Israel thing is getting real, it's getting out of hand, and
Yeah.
Yeah.
whoever wins, the election, I just hope they're ready because they're
Yeah.
gonna be facing some Roosevelt like problems.
Tough stuff.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
even, hopefully it's
Wait,
only that bad. Maybe hopefully not Lincoln like problems. You know what I mean? Like we have to keep this country intact. We have to stick to our the values that make this country what it is, and a good place to be. I'm not. I don't want to. I'm not trying to ignite something, Mondo. I really do think that um, this is a better place. I agree with you than a lot of other places, and it's exactly for the reasons that we just. I don't even want to say discussed or debated. We argued and we fought, and we're able to do that, and I think that's great. I uh, I didn't mean it that way, but I think that that's a good thing. You know what I mean?
hey, find us awake.
Yeah, she's like it's a good thing. It's amazing. It's great.
You know what? I thought the background was coming from. I thought that was your background,
No,
Sniper.
that's
The whole
funny.
time,
She woke up and
now
she's
listen.
like, Tony Bean, don't do you arguing with Mondo. She's like,
the
he's
whole
arguing with
time I
me.
thought that was. I thought Tony had a female over there.
She's like, you
Come
don't need
on,
to be
bro.
yelling
I'm
at
not
me like
that.
that.
I
She
had
over
a
here.
female up in
My
the
wife
ring.
taking your side. Fuck
Hey,
that.
listen. Hey, Armando.
When you kept
I'm
on
not
your
that. I
camera
haven't
off,
been
man.
that
You
lucky in a
kept on
long
your
time.
camera off. I was like, man, he doing something. You don't
No,
never let it go that long. So I'm thinking, well, man, Sniper got a girl over there. Sniper got a girl over there.
no. Let me tell you. Let me
I
tell
think
you.
he let it go that
I
long
let
because it
that.
was important.
And that's the thing is, you have the. Yes, we have three alpha males on this thing, but we have two alpha males that know what they're talking about and know which direction they want to go with it. I could have stopped it earlier
No,
because
listen.
I don't like
Be
can you
quiet.
give me? I
Be
did not think
quiet.
that. Who are you
You've
talking
been
about
up
being
here.
quiet to?
You you've been up here 1,000 hours already. Shut up.
Hey, but listen,
Let's
let
let
me
the
tell you
woman
something.
talk.
Give me
I don't want
watch
to hear
time
nothing.
out, bro.
Did you like the other
He been getting month time.
did you like the other
Yes.
shirt?
Hold on.
They're like the other shirt.
I wasn't talking to you
He said, "Hold on." But how you
Yeah,
gonna come up here and
he
not talk
went.
to
I
me?
think he went to go get it. I think he went to go get it.
because I said what I said. That's what I said.
First of all,
He went to
listen.
go get it.
I'm not.
He got it right there.
Hey,
Let me see. What is it? Let me
you
see.
knew go to sleep. How you
Let me
say
see
you're gonna
that
go to
merch,
sleep and you
Mondo.
still up here doing the doggo? Hey, as
Let
I
me
was saying before, I was
listen.
rudely
Look, be
interrupted.
quiet. Look,
Hey,
Oh,
listen.
okay.
You
Okay.
sent me you sent me a shirt that's like five
Okay.
times bigger than me. Okay.
I
Hey, they
said I'm
fit.
gonna take care
Hey,
of it. So be
Sniper.
quiet.
Sniper, man, these fit perfect out, man. When I tried them on, man, I looked in the mirror myself. I like, darn that. This is what I'm talking about.
I like
Does
that
it does
color.
it
That's
cut
why I
nice in
said.
the chest? Does it cut nice in the
Yes.
chest?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. I like
Yes.
that. I like that.
Okay.
Want to
First of
order
all,
it? Let me know.
I will.
hey,
I
hey,
will.
hey, hey, big bro. So
Mm-hmm.
I sent in my money and everything. I got me some nice dice. So when we not dice, when some nice
Dominoes.
dominoes. So when you come up here, we'll play some
Oh, some
dominoes.
bones. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I'll
I'm my
make them.
hey, listen, I might have to keep those in a glass jar and let them stay there for a while, and
Okay.
just let everybody like all over because she did an amazing job on it. Then I pulled this T-shirt out, and I was like, man, I can't even give this to my dad. It's too big for my dad, and my dad's a big
Oh,
dude.
yeah. Yeah.
Well, send it back if you want to complain.
I am.
I mean, just throw it in the dryer, bro.
No,
You know
throw in
what?
the dryer.
No, no, no.
Hell
No.
no.
It's clean, right?
Hey, Sniper,
You know
Sniper,
what you could do?
watch it like one or two times, man. Cause like the one she sent
Yeah,
me,
that's what I'm
it
saying.
fit
Wash it.
big on me, man. I watched it the second time I watched it, man. It fit like a glove, man.
Yeah, wash it, man.
Oh,
Okay.
oh,
I'm gonna have to
put it
watch
on
this for
your
about
wall.
6 months. Hold
Yeah,
on.
that's your problem. You don't know how to massage clothes. You
Miguel
don't even
said,
know how
put
to
it on your
massage
wall.
clothing.
Who gonna put a T-shirt on that wall? But we ain't in high school no more, baby. Come on, now. We ain't in high school no more.
No, he said he's gonna have to wash it for 6 months.
He
Hey,
said you have to
Oh
wash
my
it for
hey, I'm
six
gonna
god.
have
months.
You know
some more
what? Hey,
orders
hold
coming
on.
your way. Rick.
Hey, listen. So
Oh
I
my
think
god, that was funny.
I got robbed, y'all. I got robbed.
You ain't get robbed.
Yes, I got robbed.
You
My
don't know how to
daughter.
massage clothes.
Now listen, my daughter took the shirt.
Cause
Oh.
you didn't never wear it. You didn't never wear it. She probably like, well,
I
Daddy
Fauna
ain't gonna
said,
wear
Fauna
it.
said you
Daddy
need to
don't
watch.
never wear it.
Fauna said you need to put
okay.
that. Fauna said you need to put that sweatshirt in the washer and lose it.
Oh,
Tell,
that's cool.
Roll Tide.
hey, tell Fauna it's just week. Look, it's just week 6. The
She said.
season ain't over
He
with
said.
yet.
Tell Fauna it's just week 6.
It's just week
It's just
6.
week.
It ain't over. We've only just begun. We've only just
Okay, first of
begun.
all, hold on. Let me address my sister real quick. Fauna, how the hell do you wake up
How the
and
hell do
talk
you wake
shit?
up and talk shit? You talk shit to him in the
Because
morning.
I love you.
I love
That's
you too,
easy.
sis.
That's
You know what?
easy
I
to
will.
do.
I will say one thing
Your truth
about
gonna
that
be up in
entire
a minute.
exchange.
What is it?
Mondo, you know that entire time, that entire exchange,
Uh,
we never once swore.
no.
Seriously?
No,
Yeah,
man, I
no,
like
hey,
you,
talk.
bro.
Now?
I'm not talking shit about
You
you.
are.
I mean, your mouth. You got a mouth. But I'm just
Hey,
saying
hey,
that's I hate. Truthfully, I think that's important. I think that's really important. I think that shows a level of intelligence, a level of respect, and I
Maturity.
love that. Yeah, and I love that. That despite the heated arguments and severe disagreement,
And the raising
I
of your
think I
voice.
just I in the yeah I think that is extremely important.
and can I just say
Wait,
one thing?
I don't want
Can
Yes,
no,
I
you
just
yes,
say
cannot.
one
please,
thing, Big Tom? Can I just say
No,
one thing, Big T?
no.
yes, sir,
Can I just say one thing?
yes, sir.
All of this back and forth we did, little do you know, I'm leaning Trump. I'm
No,
actually
no,
leaning Trump.
no, sir. I know that. I know that, and that I know that it's not about that.
Them
It's
tax
not
cuts
about that.
look real nice, bro.
Right?
I'm looking forward to them. Shit,
It's not
I ain't even
about
gonna
that.
lie.
It's not about that. It's about us disagreeing as individuals, which is more important than any of that. And
Hmm.
that's what I'm saying. The disagreement and the ability to talk is the beauty of what we're doing.
It's a beautiful
It's the
America.
beauty of what we're doing, bro.
It's a sandwich time. Who's having a sandwich?
Sandwich. What? Who got sandwiches?
But renegade, do you
Renegade.
never not think about anything besides food?
Mm,
She
It's
always
1:30 in the
see. Oh,
man.
okay, first of all, first the see.
going back to the
Man,
Bible.
you
Women,
gonna
do you have to
tag?
eat
He in North
everything?
Carolina. He on the Eastern Time Zone talking about eating a sandwich. Man, you gonna tear your
Women,
cholesterol level up, man. Come on, man.
All right, but
women
listen.
going
Hey,
back
wait,
to the
hold on,
Bible.
hold
You got to
on.
eat everything. The
Hey,
apple,
but
everything.
listen. So the whole time, I don't know if y'all saw me move my iPad, and I started walking with it.
Mhm. You
You
was
saw that?
eating.
Well, I went upstairs and made me peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I was like, well, shit, I ain't gonna get nothing in this next 5 minutes. I might as well fix something to eat real quick.
I ain't
Had a,
lying.
hey, but listen,
All that
the
time
one
I
thing,
kept hearing a female voice, I thought you had a female over there, bro. All that whole time. I'm serious, cause he got quiet for a minute.
but listen, because I respect both of you. I respect both of you, and I
But you
wanted
never
you
get
to.
quiet. You
I
never
know.
get
I was
quiet.
eating a sandwich. I was eating. I made 4 peanut butter jellies and folded over, and I was sitting and munching. You should have not 4 like whole sandwiches. It was like one piece of bread folded over. That's how I like
Okay,
my
I was about to
sandwiches.
say, man. Mm.
You know, I have to eat
Anyway,
a lot.
who cares? Who cares?
Look at here, encyclopedia. I am not taking this abuse from you at doggone 1:45 in the morning.
You'll take
All
I
right.
still
whatever.
love you.
Well,
I sure.
So
I
I was heartbeat.
yes, ma'am.
Um, I was listening to your wife cussing. I was
You
that was
listen to
rolling.
funny
my
as
wife
hell.
cussing.
That was funny as
She
hell. I
said
went to watch the playback
she
on that. That was funny as
she
hell, man.
said she said such and such a bloop 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 and such a bloop. Oh, sorry. Bloop 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 bloop. I was like, oh
Oh,
my
Yeah,
god.
but hey,
yeah,
listen.
yeah.
The best part is that when Fonda said,
You always cussing.
Always.
uh, "Y'all, hey, At," the best part is when she said, "Yeah, so f this and that and da 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 da," and you over there putting stuff stuff in the chat like you can't hear. Like she thought you couldn't hear, but she started whispering. I was done. I was like,
Yeah.
she trying her best to get it out.
Tony, you love me, man.
I do love you. You're my sis. I do love you, but you silly as hell.
You need to stop swearing.
And
I tell you all the time.
Okay, y'all, I'm gonna drop down.
Yeah, I gotta go to bed.
You ain't gotta
Like,
go
Yeah.
home, but y'all gotta get the hell up
yeah.
Yeah,
out of here.
I got to drop on
Peace.
down too,
God
man, for
bless you
real.
all, man. Thank you for this. I really
Wait,
appreciate it.
before
This
y'all
was
go,
amazing.
Armando, give me
Yeah.
your last give me your last remarks.
Hey, man, this was another epic live,
hi,
man.
Tony.
Hey sis,
Salute, salute, Fawn. Salute. Hey, man, this is
Fana.
another epic live. Man,
Epic
you
live.
having a hell of a week, bro. You had a hell of a week this week, Tony. I'm serious, man. You
You
had
know
a
why
hell.
this happened, right? You know why this happened? Because he came on camera, and you need to
Hmm.
keep doing that.
Hey, man, that's
No,
another
Okay.
thing too. I called Sniper and I told Sniper, I said, man, Big Tony was right, man.
With the mic.
It's
Yeah.
like ever since I started back camming up, man, my numbers been going like
You
up,
know,
up. My playbacks through the roof, man.
bro, I'm telling you, listen, when your camera goes on, Mondo, you put your there's more of you. And that's why your people are here. That's why you're here. You're here to put
Mm,
you out here. Put you out here. Don't go half-ass, bro. You have something to say. You have a face to say it with. Make it seen, make it known, be proud, because that's who you are. And you're not ashamed. I was going to say don't be ashamed of it, but I don't have to tell you that because you're not. You know that.
mm.
And this is what people want to see. Be you, man. Keep doing what you're doing. This is, I mean, like, I'm a guest. I've been here a couple. Y'all could tell me to fuck off at any time. This is your thing, and I would. I'm blessed to be a part of it. And but seeing you
um,
guys do this, this is
but hey,
crazy.
Tony, I'm gonna tell you the best thing about the thing is that you know the old saying. First time you come out, I'm gonna show you the refrigerator. Second time, it's on you. It's all on you.
Yeah, it's
You
on you.
stop being the guest.
Can
You
I
stop
have a
being the guest
drink?
the
And
last
just be
time.
like,
Dude,
fuck is wrong with you, bro?
yeah, yeah, you know what the refrigerator is. Go ahead, Armando.
Hey, man, all I gotta say, man, you about to become the Johnny Carson of the you about to run the late nights. Keep doing it like this, man. I'm telling you, man. You killing it, man. Congratulations. You killing it, man.
This I can't get take none of this. Just give an opportunity, but I between you two, you knew Fauna, all everybody else. I mean, this is y'all are helping me do this, man. I can't give take all the praises for it. Y'all are helping me doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, Fauna just asked me a
Last
bunch of.
words, T.
Again, God bless you all. I love every one of you. Thank you for the opportunity. I thank my wife. Tony, I love you. You're my brother. I'll always be here for you, no matter what, no matter how. I mean, we've had worse disagreements than what you just saw, and uh, and we're stronger for it. And man, like I have nothing but respect for everyone on this channel, even the friends that you had that came in. I mean, you see people care, you see people love, despite the disagreements and to what level they get. And I think that some people may think that that's a problem or it's degrading or it's wrong or it's bad. I disagree. I think it brought us all closer together, and I'm just glad I could be a part of it, man. Mondo, thank you very much for your words, and I can't even express in this moment, just in closing thoughts, about how much this is going to change and impact me because I'm gonna go sleep on it and think about it probably tomorrow all day, and I thank you.
I
So
thank you, man,
yes, sir.
bro. Like, you know, you brought a lot to the table this week, man. Just look at us, man. You know, last week around this time we was using avatars. Now we camming up, man. So you basically, pointed it out. Hey, man, if you want to reach your audience, if you want to,
Hmm.
build a chemistry with your audience, man, you got to cut them cameras on. So, man,
Yes,
I
sir.
thank you for that and the wisdom that you brought to the table, and and I'm definitely gonna research President Arthur because
Chester A. Arthur,
that was
yeah.
some info I did not know, man, on him.
21st president, Chester A. Arthur, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
That wasn't you knew the secretary at that time?
Let's fucking do, bro. Y'all stop bagging on that woman. She ain't even here to defend herself, man.
She's in the chat still, and I know I'm gonna get one tomorrow when we do
You
our
knew
when we do our Friday segment.
You knew
yeah.
what you do with your I like Ike buttons.
I got drill all weekend, man. I won't be here for I may be here this weekend in the evenings. I think we actually had something scheduled for, was it Saturday or Sunday? We said we wanted to hit a topic and we needed
Oh
to
man,
research it for
we
this week.
did that tonight. The
You did
debate
it
was
tonight.
tonight.
You did that.
No, I
Yeah.
don't think
We
no,
had
no,
that
no.
tonight, man.
No.
Was it?
You know what we
Was
can
that
do
it?
Sunday, man. Let's just talk some NFL. We could talk some NFL. We could talk some
NFL
sports.
on
So,
Sunday?
yeah.
That's fair. Let's do NFL on Sunday. Okay.
Yeah, we could do that after I
She
get home
look
from
like
church
you
and
knew. You sound like you knew,
no.
and she kind of favor you knew.
I'm reading.
All right, boys. Y'all
Hey,
have a good night. I'm
hey,
out.
y'all! Thank y'all for those who came in and to the chat. Thank you to you knew my manager for my page, and I thank Amando and Heartbeat for my two big brothers. One by 12 minutes, one by a couple years. Um, hey, y'all! If y'all come back and listen to this, y'all have to listen to these brothers speak, because if you don't, you're going to be missing a lot. You can learn something from these two brothers speaking about different views or viewpoints, and actually learn from them. And that's all that this country needs to do, is learn from each other, embrace each other, and love each other. Hey, if you don't believe in something, you'll fall for anything. Make sure you continue to pray and pray for others. And with that, I am and go dogs, go dogs. I'll see y'all tomorrow, Friday.
Roll Tide.
See, this is the reason why I don't like Hispanic and Indian folks. I swear to God, it's all roll tide
We,
shit.
hey, we're gonna let them have that. We're gonna let them have that for now. It's a long season. We get a
Long season.
Yeah.
long season,
Long
bro.
season.
Yeah, that's just
Yes,
the
sir.
first dance. We're gonna dance again. Don't worry about that. I see you, Fauna. I see you, Fauna.
She's
Yeah.
throwing up DZ. That's our daughter's sorority.
Hey,
Okay.
y'all have a good night. Again, be looking for more content like this to come out. We ain't done, y'all. We ain't done. We got more to put out there for you.
We just
Y'all
getting
have a good
started.
night. God bless.
Wolf
God
Pack for
bless.
life. Ow!
Ow!
Later, guys.
All right.
Like.